in advancing SDGs. We are waiting for the chief guest to arrive, then we'll start. Phone on silent mode, as we are going to start just within 5 minutes. On behalf of everyone present here, it is my absolute honor to offer a heartfelt and respectful welcome to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Bharat Bhaskar sir, Director IIM Ahmedabad, Vice Chancellor LJK University, Avasthi sir, Professor Emeritus at the LJ Institute of Management Studies, Dr. P.K. Mehta, Director LJIMS, Siddharth Singh Best, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, delegates, research scholars, participants, and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the first day of the third International Conference on Emerging Trends and Management Practices. To begin this auspicious occasion, we now invite our dignitaries to please come for the light lamping ceremony. The lighting of the lamp symbolizes the dispelling of ignorance and illumination of knowledge. May I kindly request our dignitaries to please proceed for the lamp lighting. Now I request to the dais, please. Following the light lamping ceremony, now we have the felicitation of our honorable chief guest, Professor Bharat Bhaskar sir. As a token of respect and gratitude, we would like to present a Tulsi plot symbolizing purity, sustainability, and our commitment to environmental consciousness. May I request Dr. Neha Shah to please present Tulsi pot to our esteemed guest. Now I request our Dean, Dr. Anita Sunil ma'am, to felicitate Conference Chairperson, Professor Rakesh Basant sir. Thank you, sir, for graciously accepting a token of appreciation. To formally address the gathering and set the tone for the conference, now we invite Dr. Siddharth Singh Bist, Director LJIMS, to please come here and deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the third international conference on emerging trends in management practices, organized by Aljo Institute of Management Studies, School of Management Studies, Aljo University. The theme of the conference is Sustainable Futures, the role of management practices in advancing sustainable development goals. Uh, but firstly, I take this opportunity to welcome our honorable chief guest, Professor Bharat Bhaskar, the Dynamic Director of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Thank you, sir, for taking time off. You had a very hectic journey yesterday, and you made it here. Thank you so much. Again, I'll take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dinesh Avasthi, who has been a huge support through this entire journey. Uh, Again, I welcome Dr. P.K. Mehta, Honorable Trustee Lok Jagriti Kendra. I welcome our Honorable Board Member, Dr. Sunil Parekh. Thank you, sir, for visiting. I also welcome Professor Amitabh Kundu. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time and coming to meet us over here. He is one of our keynote speakers. We have other two keynote speakers who will be joining us. Professor Anish Sugatan. He's a faculty in strategy area of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and co-chairperson, Duggal ESG Center for Research and Innovation, Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. We shall also be having Professor Narottam Sahu, advisor, Gujarat Council of Science and Technology, Gujcost, Government of Gujarat. I also take this opportunity to welcome all our esteemed professors from different countries. Professor Govinda Tamang, Director, School of Management, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Professor Ayong Huini, Dean, Faculty of Business and Finance, University, Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us again. It's a pleasure. Professor Irene Akhtar, Professor, Indian Institute, Institute of Business Studies, Jahangirnagar University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Thank you so much, ma'am. It took some time, but thank you for making and joining us over here, making it here. Thank you and welcome. Professor Jeet Sharing, Professor, Center for Leadership Development, Royal Institute of Management, Bhutan. Professor Sharing was supposed to be joining us and coming in person, but unfortunately, because of some work in his institution, he couldn't join us. He shall be joining us online. We also have Dr. Achintya Koswata, Senior Lecturer, Department of Social Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Welcome to this place. She'll be joining us in the online mode. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the directors who had joined us, all the faculty members, participating professors, scholars, and students. This two-day event has talks from highly acclaimed thinkers, professors, and scholars. There shall be some interesting panel discussions from professors from different parts of the world to share their point of view in their country. There also be a view from professionals from different industries. There also shall be technical sessions featuring some very nice papers from scholars regarding the role of management in taking sustainable development goals ahead. I wish all of you a great 2 day of learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome and inspiring opening remarks. To provide insights into the objectives, academic significance of this international conference, now we invite Professor Rakesh Basant, Chairperson Conference, to brief us, please, about the conference. Please come, sir.
Thank you, and a very warm welcome to all of you to the third international conference. It has been a pleasure for me to be part of the process of putting this together, and I'm quite happy to see the way the conference has grown over the years. We have seen participation increasing not only across states from different parts of the country, but also from other parts of the world. This year, the focus is on ESG, but the broader focus on management practices remains as a part of the core part of the conference. As last year, we do this conference again in a dual mode. Many people are going to join the conference online. Apart from the panel, the keynote speakers and the panel discussion, which Siddharth has already spoken about, we are quite fortunate to receive about 96 papers from different parts of the world. And there will be around 200 or 195, to be more precise, presenters for this conference, which is a significant growth from last year. Of these 96 papers, we have 8 tracks. And these tracks are finance, marketing, human resources, innovation and entrepreneurship, technological transformation, business strategy, policy imperatives for sustainable growth in emerging economies, and Indian knowledge systems. So the focus is how the management practices and SDGs are coalescing across these different tracks, different themes, so to say. The papers that we have received which are going to be presented have been written by people from different parts of the world. As I said, that we have representation from UK, Indonesia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, and China in terms of papers that have been received. In addition, we have delegates from the US, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Bulgaria, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyz Republic. And it's also good to see, as I said in the beginning, the participation from different parts of the country. And we have papers from not only Gujarat, but Maharashtra, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana, Karnataka, West Bengal, and Himachal Pradesh. So it's good to see the way the conference is growing, and we hope that over time we will be able to create something which will be not only long-lasting, but more impactful. So thank you once again for being here and being part of this conference, and I'm sure you will not only learn, but enjoy the 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a comprehensive overview of the conference and its academic relevance. Now it is our privilege to introduce our chief guest for the session, Professor Bharat Bhaskar, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Professor Bhaskar is a distinguished academician and administrator with extensive leadership experience across premier institutions. Prior to his current role, he served as Professor of Information Technology and Systems at IIM Lucknow and held key leadership positions including Director of IIM Raipur, Lucknow, and Sirmaur. He was honored with the Best Director of Business Schools Award for his transformational leadership and the exponential growth of IIM Raipur. Professor Bhaskar has held several prestigious international academic appointments, including roles as International Expert Advisor in Malaysia, Research Grants Expert with NSERC, Canada, Visiting Professor at ESSEC Business School, France, Distinguished Professor in South Korea, and Research and Visiting Professorships in USA. In addition to academia, he brings rich industry experience having held senior positions in leading global organizations such as Connectix, Sybase, and Tata Steel, to name a few. He has also contributed significantly to professional bodies, serving as chairman, president, and board member across national and international organizations. Sir, your vast experience and leadership has been a guiding force for management education and research, and we are honored to have you here today. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering? Please come.
Professor Dinesh Avasthi, Professor Rakesh Basant, Professor Siddharth Best, all the dignitaries who are present in the front row as well as in the audience, my faculty colleagues and researchers. I was invited when Dinesh was talking to me that I should come and address and talk about this at this conference. I was wondering, because he said the topic is about emerging management practices. And emerging management practices is something which continues to happen, but it's so appropriate that actually we are in a very transitional time. Transitional time from the environment which we have been following and practicing as a management professionals is likely to see a change which it has never seen before. We are all talking about artificial intelligence, how the role of humans themselves, forget about the management practice alone, is going to alter, how the whole world economy is going to be affected by it, etc. and so on. But before I get into the current emerging practices or what are likely to be, because nobody can truly tell you what is going to be the emerging practice. These are such uncertain times, or such inflection point we have arrived at, that a real impact will be known only in next 5 to 10 years. But this is taking a step back. Such inflection points have not arrived for the first time. They continue to arrive over in the centuries, past century itself. The biggest inflection point which has given rise to the current management practice and what we call the current management practice actually arrived in only early 1900s. Prior to early 1900, it was not such an organized industry. We had small set of people, group of people getting together, producing, consuming mostly in a local environment, consolidating and trading. It was actually the arrival of automobiles where Ford gave a new concept, the standardization of the product by creating the assembly line, where the product, each part can be standardized, manufactured in mass, and when you manufacture them in mass, the cost goes down. So more you produce, lesser or cheaper it gets. And then along with that gives rise to another phenomena, which is called marketing, because now earlier you used to have a customized products. I had certain needs. There were people around me in the marketplace who produced product according to my requirement. But in a mass production environment, you needed another profession to convince somebody that what you need is not, what you thought of is what you're needing is not the real requirement. What I'm producing is your requirement. Right. So the marketing as a new discipline was beginning to emerge and emerged. The consumer-driven economy became the key word because mass production required a huge marketplaces rather than what we used to believe in, what you call the Indian culture, utilize or consume only as much as required. We became, the marketing professionals' job became push as much as product can be consumed by people, because the growth of economy, GDP, all the measurements which came around were totally based upon that. Obviously, that's why 1930s, 40s people to begin to think of, because once you have a mass production, you are going to have a large number of people in the worker space. That means interpersonal skills are going to be required, organizational behavior is going to be important. So all the elements of the management discipline were born around the mass production environment. And that was the emerging practices at that point of time. So 40s, 50s, some of the good schools began to come in 1920s itself, but later many of the management education concepts were born, and it began to be practiced, and the education began to be imparted in various places. The next phase came in 60s and 70s. Although you are doing a mass manufacturing, you are doing a standardized product, the quality is a good phenomena, but the quality became an important issue. So the quality control and quality assurance discipline was born. But more importantly, in 60s and 70s, the optimization became the greatest phenomena. The supply chains. How do I produce at a lower cost? Because it was not only Ford's assembly line, it was a General Motors assembly line, it was a Chrysler's assembly line, and it was many more assembly lines. Whether it's automobile field, and similarly, whichever product domain we went, many organized industries were there, and they were competing with each other. Now, when you are competing and you have a multiple options in a marketplace, pricing or cost became an important factor. Now, cost optimization could not be achieved only by keeping the salaries and wages down, because the organized labor began to demand higher salaries, so you have to figure out other ways to keep the prices down, and the phenomena became around how do I optimize my production capabilities itself by minimizing the inventories, etc., and so on. So the existing management education which we have been working with today is based upon this model, which was born in 20s, continues to evolve, that there is going to be a mass consumption. So that means there is going to be a mass production, and around that mass production, optimization, optimal production or a cost optimization has to be done. So supply chain management, distribution management, all those factors have to be factored in. Then came a new phenomena. IT came as one of the efficiency measures, but beyond IT, as we said in 60s and 70s, people begin to talk about now we can do better inventory management, because now I know how much inventory I hold, because IT can give you on my fingertips the capability to look at the investment I have or environment of amount of inventory I'm holding with me, etc., and so on. But the IT provided that efficiency. But 70s technology was getting born, and 80s and by end of beginning of the 90s, the technology took root, and the new transformational technology was called internet. The computing which came around, the communication which was happening, and the third technology which was also happening around it was digitization. So three things happened at that point of time. Computing was bringing efficiency in the organizations, which was impacting management education practices and management practices to a certain extent. Communication came in form of internet. Now, rather than worrying about my local distribution and local supply chain, the transparency or visibility came across distributed environment. So the new kind of new distributed environment, having a wider visibility and wider access to the information, we are able to evolve those management practices with these new elements in it. But on the other hand, another independent phenomena was happening. Computers were working with the bits and bytes. But then the consumption pattern also, the discerning customers begin to demand higher and higher quality. So remember the music industry, and I always call at the root of many of these phenomena lies the music industry. The music industry used to produce earlier those gramophone records, and we all know the problems. Many of you may not have even seen those gramophone records or long play LP records, but problem was with the wear and tear, and the quality continues to go down. The new product was introduced in the market to discerning customers called cassette tape. The cassette tape was better in certain ways because no wear and tear, because the magnetic head did not touch the tape. So obviously the quality remained more or less similar even with the aging of the cassette tape. But the problem was the noise, electrical noise around it. The moment you turn a switch on or off next to your cassette player, you will see a noise going up and down in your music. In order to improve and provide a better customer experience, people discovered what we call the compact disc or CDs. What are CDs? It was a theory done in 1950s, who said, somebody called named Nyquist said that if I sample my analog signal with twice the highest frequency, and humans speak only at 20 kilohertz, our maximum our ear can discern is at 20 kilohertz. So if I take 40,000 samples in a 1 second of the audio of a continuous signal, I can produce it, reproduce it with full faith. Now, when you sample it, what you're getting is numbers. And we can represent those numbers in computer form in binary numbers. That means I can store my music also in a binary form in a bits and bytes. So CD as a phenomenon was born, and once the CDs were born, the music got merged into the computing. Early PC players also created their own CD players and began to play music in it. Today it's a common sense phenomenon. On your mobile also you play music. Wherever you go, you continue to play your music, etc. and so on. But this led to the quality phenomena in all other products. Wherever the analog signal was there, whether it was a film industry, whether it was a photography, everywhere the change happened. Once that change happened, it gave rise to another phenomena, that merger of this content with the computers happened. When these two things happen, the computing and the content became one. And communication provided you a better ability that my content need not be here, I can be listening to music which is sitting at third place, because if I'm connected on the net. This gave rise to entirely new kind of a phenomena which later on got to be known as e-commerce. The emerging management practices of that era became the e-commerce, and you have seen what kind of disruption it has caused in the industry. Many of the traditional industries don't exist. Even a simple bookstore, and I don't know how many of you know, the Barnes and Noble used to be the world's largest bookstore. And they were not a bookstore like we imagine a bookstore. They were a phenomena by itself. Wherever you walk into a Barnes and Noble bookstore, there will be Starbucks coffee cafes attached to it. And there will be a nice leisurely experience where books are there in thousands and thousands, and you can pick a book, read there, spend time and come back without buying. Or if you like the book, you may even buy. So it was an experience-giving phenomena by which Barnes and Noble had built these bookstores. That bookstore, people said nobody can imitate in the world, so much investment is required, they have put an entry barrier of such a high level. Amazon, starting from a garage, was able to undo it in next 5 years. Because they brought the management practice of distributing the books over the network, no overheads, cost much cheaper than what Barnes and Noble can offer, and at one point of time, I do not know many of you have done those early Amazon cases and Amazon scenarios, they used to call it negative inventory. They used to earn out of the not keeping the inventory, right? So they created even money out of the new phenomena because they had no inventory. They took the order, they took your money, and then producer or publisher provided the book. Today, of course, they could not scale it beyond a point. They have their own warehouses. They also keep the inventory, etc., and so on. But early Amazon went on to that extent where they were able to. So the newer management practices were born because of the birth of the convergence of the content, computing, and communication, and what we begin to know as e-commerce. Remember, in 2000, everybody talked about brick and mortar business will be dead, and only the click and businesses will survive. Although that has not happened, post 2000, many of these concept businesses which were born out of this business model did not survive, but most of the ones who had a solid business model thought of, because at the back end the brick and mortar will be required for warehousing purposes, etc., and so on, have survived. So the people had to evolve the management practices which are optimal for that phenomena. Everything around that world began to change. Today, what is being talked about AI is the new phenomena which is happening. The internet phenomena happened unfolded itself from 95 to, I say, 2005, where the current form of the internet phenomena came into being. People understood in those 10 years by experimenting with various models what is going to work and what's not going to work. And 2005 onward, you'll find many e-commerce businesses, and much of the India's e-commerce businesses are born post 2005 phenomena, because they have understood the emerging management practice which will work in this converged environment. The new changes which begin to arrive, and people begin to further advance from that convergence phenomena of e-commerce, was the Amazon itself. In their fulfillment center, they begin to establish a new device called robot, right? And these robots are fulfillment devices. By 2014-15, in a typical Amazon major hub warehouses, almost 30% of the workforce was nothing but the robots, and 70% were left humans. That was the beginning of phenomena which is called, today we are going to put it under the category of AI. Those days were called autonomous systems. These autonomous systems are thinking systems. They also learn, and they're able to have a cognizance, and out of that cognizance they are able to do some of the tasks which humans are able to do. Many of them call it augmented capability of the humans. Right. The autonomous vehicles, today they are flying in the various places. Google began to experiment with it in 2012. Google has a car which has no driver in it. More commonly known, rather than autonomous cars, they are known as driverless cars. San Francisco's streets, Phoenix streets are plying the Google's taxi service, where you book a taxi service on your mobile, taxi arrives, door opens the moment you put your OTP or a appropriate code through which you have booked. Door opens, you sit inside, give it the destination, and it takes you there. And you get out, and it scans for next customers, etc., and so on. Right. Volvo has created trucks of the similar lines, because the cars are going to affect the personal mobility. But Volvo created the trucks which are plying on the highway doing the supply chain. When I have to move material from one city to another city, one warehouse to another city, I load in a Volvo truck, give it a destination, and it drives on its own. And I can track all the inventory, where it has reached, etc., and so on. So it gives rise to that phenomena. Today we have arrived at a stage where all these technologies are being put in the factory floor. A good BMW plant in Germany today has a wonderful phenomena where you see robots and humans are working on the same, what we call the original force assembly line, next to each other. And what they are doing, for example, if they are assembling a gearbox, the robot lifts a gear assembly box, puts it in casing, and puts it on the platform. The human brings the gear and puts it there, aligns it, and it moves on. Then it picks up another one, and typically a gear casing is about 4, 5, 5, 6 kg. If human was lifting again and again, which was a traditional model, it will be tired. Now this robot doesn't get tired. It's only human's speed which determines the robot's speed. Now one may question that, well, robots have been used in automobile industry for, not today, but almost about 20, 30, 40, 25, 30 years. There's a difference in the robot assembly line which I am talking about and the older one. Older robots were made for doing fixed tasks. They were caged inside their own area, because they'll continue to do the same task again and again. If they're stamping something, the robot at a fixed speed will expect the assembly line will move the new door, and the robot will come and stamp on it, and it will move on. So the speed and everything was aligned. They were not adaptive, they were not flexible. If a product didn't move, or the empty bin came, it will stamp on an empty bin. That was the phenomena. That means humans could not be working next to them, because robot did not understand, and if your speed was lower than robot speed, it may crush you. And that's why they were put inside a cage where humans were not allowed to move in. So part assembly was done by humans and part assembly was done by robots in a separate area. The robot phenomena I talked about are called flexible and nimble robots. They are aware of humans' presence next to them. And if they are aware of the human presence next to them, because human, while trying to align and finish the job of gearbox assembly, may be slow or fast. This robot will wait appropriately, recognize at what speed the human is working, and adjust accordingly. It can also handle different types of different sizes of the gear assembly and gearboxes. Right. So with this kind of a change, whether you look at Amazon's fulfillment center or you look at modern BMWs, along with the Volvo's supply chain transmission, the whole work environment or organization environment has changed. Now the emerging management practices have to optimize for this. It impacts every field of management, and that's why I said that things are evolving. The supply chains now have to be looking at different kind of environment and optimize for that environment. The organizational behavior and human resource people also have to invent newer theories now. Newer theories, because you have two entities working next to each other. One is tireless, and humans require their regular breaks. We also have a limited energy and limited capacity, so we of course require 2-3 hours or whatever, certain number of hours. I need a break for a tea, break for various things, etc. and so on. While robot will say it doesn't matter, as long as the electricity or whatever charge is supplied to me, I'll continue to work. So what kind of a organizational behavior theories should evolve in that kind of environment? If you look at marketing, it's also going to be impacted, because we started from what you call the customized product. We went to assembly line and mass produced product mainly because of what? Because of cost optimization, scale of production. Here, now we have a phenomena of a flexible robots and human working together. Assembly line concept can be brought in, but the product can still be customized. So in the same assembly line, multiple lines of product can be produced by having a aware or a flexible, nimble and cognitive robots in place. Now this will give rise to a new kind of a marketing strategy, new kind of marketing theories, where people can order their product according to their choices, and assembly line at the back end will continue to build it according to those choices. It may not be fully customized as we say used to have in a older time and so on, but what it will give rise to at least what we call the mass customization. Right? Mass customization means at least I have 6, 7, 8, 10 varieties, and combination of those I can say I want a wheel of this size, color of car of my this size, maybe a front hood looking of a different type, etc., and my car can be assembled. There will be standardized 8-10 models of each of the subcomponent, and then I can, whatever are the compatible component, I can design my product according to the need, and still with the same efficiency will be able to produce. So that's the new challenge of emerging management practices. Many of them are emerging, many now need to be studied, because we don't have that many cases around us, so we need to study, bring those practices, so the future industries will benefit from whatever has been done in the past at the other industries and so on. All this technology has evolved over past decade. These practices are already getting into. Added to that is the service industry, what we know as open AI phenomena. The open AI known as ChatGPT, today Gemini also has, and there's Grok also. There's so many large language models, which is going to impact the service industry. How we analyze the data, the managerial competence itself. Rather than working and learning my Excel and then generating my alternatives, etc., and so on, today I can call Gemini, feed it the data, or a Gemini on top of that some tool which is built on the Gemini, and say, organize based upon this data, also take the input of the other whatever data available from economy and whatever else data I have available, please analyze, I have this constraint problem. Give me the alternatives. And AI will generate those alternatives. Earlier also we did it, but we had assistants, or if I did myself, then I spent lots and lots of time of merging that data, cleaning that data, analyzing that data, and then begin to come up with alternative. Here, those tasks will disappear. AI will be able to do all those alternatives. Humans' job then will be to still make decisions where far richer information is available. Right? In the information field, I call it, we went from decision making in an information scarce environment. Right? Remember 60s, 70s, 80s, the one who had a little extra information was ahead in the game, because their decisions were based upon information which was not available to everybody. 90s and 2000, information is in abundance. Now, decision making of a manager is all about how do I filter out the right, relevant, appropriate and accurate information and make my decisions based upon that correct information. So plenty of information, we are actually submerged with information. Half my job is to figure out what is the right information or relevant information I should be looking into. AI is coming and solving that problem. In the abundance of the information, what was burying me at that point of time, it will extract that right and relevant information for me and give me alternative. So the human mind has to evolve to a next stage, that alternative generation based upon the relevant data is going to be available. Those working in those fields are trying to only get that extraction. Those jobs will disappear, but the newer jobs will appear, which will be based on processing the alternative. In other words, AI is not substituting the humans, it's actually raising the platform of humans to a higher level. And you have seen that historically in past 100, 150 years, our level of thinking, our platform of decision making has always been going up. AI is taking to a next higher level, which is going to impact every management practice, whether it's new kind of organization. Do I need a traditional organization tomorrow, especially if I'm in a service industry? Do we need to gather together 9 to 5 in the same environment? Are also going to be the new human resource and organization behavior questions. But then if we don't gather together, then what do we do? So there are other psychological questions which need to be answered. So the impact of AI is going to be far and deeper in the environment, and these practices, as we said, some models are in existence. We need to learn, and some of them are already emerging, but let's be ready in next 5 years. Either we embrace those models and be ahead of the game, or will be languishing and following the West one more time. Thank you very much.
Sir, for adding the meaningful deliberations to our academic forum. Now, to formally I formally invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, LJK University, Professor Dinesh Avasthi, to deliver the presidential address. Sir, your visionary leadership continues to inspire academic excellence and innovation at LJK University. Yes.
Professor Bharat Bhaskar, friend of my long standing, Professor Rakesh Basant, Professor Neha Shah, Professor Bist, our neighbors from South and Southeast Asia, Professor Mehta, Professor Sunil Parekh, Professor Kundu, an old friend and for me has been a mentor and a guide. After such a powerful speech or address, it's very difficult to match the guy and keep you awake, you know, because the kind of facts which he has put forth are true. I may add something to what he was talking about is now the life cycle of products has become very short. If you look at any product, the shelf life is very, very short. Second thing, what is happening very strangely is that the prices of products are going down. When I bought my first computer for Transfor, I paid something like 57,000 rupees, and that configuration is available, not available, much better configuration is available for 13,000, 14,000 rupees. Third thing which has happened because of this technology, the feedback process has become very, very fast. Social media, you know, you put a thing in the market and tomorrow you have thousands of reactions on the quality of the product. All these things taken together really are creating a lot of pressure on industries. And they are forced to innovate. So no time in history has been so much innovative which today it is, because innovation is not a choice now, it is a kind of compulsion. But besides this, what he was talking about, he made very interesting statement that the job, high-end job will be increasing. I agree with you, that the high-end job are bound to increase because the decision-making kind of things, you are working simultaneously with the AI tools. But my concern is somewhere different. What happens to the job at the lower end? Now, robots coming, and I visited one of my students' factory, and he showed me a robot which was doing repetitive task of putting something from one place to other, and he said, "Sir, I have introduced this robot, this cost me this much, and I am able to replace 25 workers." This is not one instance. Now, in Singapore, I know for sure, in hotels you don't have receptionist, you have robot. I am told in Bangalore there is a restaurant which has a robot which is serving your food and everything. Now, these are some small examples of these things intensify. Most of the banks, now they have programs, they have robots which will respond to any of your query you like. The programs which they have, that the operations which has done are few million per day, which required something like 500 persons, and quite a few banks have reduced their workforce, reduced their workforce. Now, while technology is inevitable, we can't shy away with it. I'm concerned about what happens to the jobs overall. High-end jobs will certainly increase, I agree with you, but the lower-end jobs I have a very serious concern, and I did a paper which was published in the Journal of Labor Economics, which tells, I worked out on organized sector in India, organized sector impact, unorganized sector impact, well, how it is going to impact jobs. And to my surprise, the results were about 22 million jobs are going to be lost. And there are sectors, which is sectoral analysis about, I have taken all the major sectors, and then I have tried to show which sector will lose how much. Of course, methodology could be questioned, it is not perfect, but nevertheless, it does give you some kind of idea. But besides this was just my concern I just shared. I want to share with you some statistics, because this conference is management and SDGs. Now in 24, the total world GDP was $100 trillion. High and middle income countries had 95 trillion out of this, and 100 lowest income countries with 80% of the world population had $0.98 trillion. From 95, high and middle income, 95 trillion, and the 100 lowest countries, 0.98 trillion, one figure. Other, the share of poorest 20% in global income declined from 2.3% to 1.4%. The poorest half of the world population owned only 2% of the world total wealth. The top 1% of the world population owns half of the world wealth. The top 30% of the adults own 97% of the world's total wealth. Next figure is the asset of world's 358 richest people exceeds the combined annual income of countries with 45% of the world population. I skip some. The poorest countries with 20% of world population experienced a fall in their share of world trade from 4% to 1%, received barely 0.2% of the world commercial lending. The gap in per capita income between the richest and the poorest countries is almost 316 times, from US 445 in South Sudan to US 1,43,740 in Luxembourg in 24. So the poorest country and the richest country, the difference is 316 times. Gap in per capita income between the industrialized and developing countries is almost same dimension, from US 57,000 in 1960 to 70,000 in 24. During 1970 and 24, global GNP increased by 40%, yet the number of poor increased by 17%. GNP is increasing 40% and poor increasing 17%. While the income of 200 million people fell during 65 and 80, 1 billion people experienced fall in their incomes between 20 and 24. Now this is the figure the other figures which I would like you guys to keep in mind when we talk about SDGs. Where are we? This kind of development is neither sustainable nor worth sustaining. That is how it was in 2000, when first time the MGDs, Millennium Development Goals, were set 8 goals, but primarily they focused on human side, for people side, poverty and those kind of things. 15 it got over, and in 15 world met together and said that they are inadequate, and we came up with Sustainable Development Goals, which is more inclusive. While SDGs were primarily for developing countries, this covers all. All countries are covered in Millennium Development Goals. Second, is more comprehensive. While we were talking of human resource related things in MDGs, this includes economic, social, and environmental, all the three. Now, as far as business is concerned, Now, we can see or we expect a clear shift from stockholders to stakeholders. Now, earlier, the concern was your stockholders were the key, how much return you are able to give. But now this gone flat, and now you need to have into your calculus entire stakeholders, which are your workers, which are your neighbors, which are the factory where you are operating. You cannot create pollution and let people suffer. So from that point of view, these SDGs are much more comprehensive. The 17 goals, if you could divide in kind of economic, social, and sustainable, first 5 goals are by and large no poverty or no hunger, gender equality, health issues, and those 5 parameters, they are concentrated there. And then you are talking about environmental sustainability. Now, where is business in this? Earlier, if you look at the history, it was charity. Some businesses will do charity. They will think they have done their job, but they will keep on operating the way they operated, concentrated on profits. So charity was the kind of will for them. It was not a compulsion. From there, shift takes place, and now we are talking of triple bottom line. We are talking of people, we are talking of planet, and only then we are talking of profits. So there is a shift in the entire process. So when you talk of triple bottom line, Government of India comes up with CSR, 2% from certain limit. You have profits more than certain extent, you have to compulsorily spend that money on social responsibility. So corporate social responsibility comes. So we have traveled a long way. But is it adequate? What we need to do? Management is more of allocation of resources. Now, how do we allocate resources? Some of the companies, of course, are doing very remarkable work. In India, if you take Tata's, in the field of education, they are doing remarkable work. In livelihood, they are doing remarkable work. Mahindra's, they have educated about 4.5 lakh poor girls. If you talk of ITC, you have eChaupal, which is creating a lot of information for farmers where their incomes are going up, which will all impact on their livelihoods. You have Unilever, they have a beautiful program like Shakti Amma, which is creating ruptures across, and poor women are becoming wealthier. Government is also coming similarly, or whether it is Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, or it is Swachh Bharat, or it is inclusive scheme for banks. And so government is also coming. So overall, there seems to be a movement towards sustainability, towards sustainable goals. I hope that today's workshop will pick up some of these issues and see how decisions are made in a manner which are compliant with sustainable development goals. How you achieve sustainability in your operations, how you achieve sustainability in your value chain, how you achieve sustainability in the wages, gender equity, and those kind of things. So the strategic content of the companies will have to change. From no more you can concentrate on stakeholders, you will have to talk of stakeholders from stockholders. So this will require a change in the management style, change in the way of thinking. You will no more be able to think that it is not my concern. Now it is your concern. Whether you are industry or not, it is your concern. You cannot pollute. You may have money, but resources are ours. So money can't buy resources. You will have to be compliant to SDGs. To that extent, I find this conference, very, very valuable. And I'm sure a lot of lessons will emerge from small case studies like we have Tatas and Mahindras and those kind of things. There will be a lot more studies, case studies, which will emerge how companies have adopted SDGs and what is the impact. Though impact is, yet various parameters are being debated. There is no concrete measurement of impact in certain cases. Certain cases you can talk about in gender, you talk about how many women are at the higher positions and what is the salary differential between men and women, how many women come back after maternity leave. So those kind of things are for gender equity. But there are a lot of parameters which you need to talk about. You have 17 goals. Added to this is something like 169 targets. So 17 goals, 169 targets, huge work to do. And I'm sure this conference is going to add significantly to our understanding and knowledge to this. I would like to wish you a very interesting time when you are here. If you need anything, please don't feel hesitant to approach Dr. Bist or me. We will be very happy to assist. And at the end, I will be failing in my duty if I again don't acknowledge my gratitude to my friend Bharat, that he could come despite the fact that he arrived in Ahmedabad yesterday at 1 o'clock from Delhi. So you can, after going back, you can catch up. I'm sure in IIM you can't catch up the day, but hope you are able to catch up your sleep. But thank you very much for very enlightening address, because these are something which are not very well documented in the books. You will have piecemeals here and there, but a comprehensive overview is not available. And that kind of comprehensive overview which you presented to all of us was eye-opening and revealing. Thank you very much for being with us, very kind of you. So, and thank you all, my friends.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and visionary address. Now, to formally express our gratitude to all the guests, dignitaries, speakers, academicians, and organizers, I invite Dr. Neha Shah, convener this international conference, to propose the vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on the dais, colleagues and friends, good morning to all of you. I feel deeply honored and privileged to be standing here on behalf of the entire organizing committee of International Conference on Emerging Trends in Management Practices 2026. It's our third international conference, to convey my gratitude. On the special occasion, on our third international conference, I would like to thank all the honorable speakers, guests, and the delegates who have blessed us with their presence. First and the foremost, our special thanks to Professor Bharat Bhaskar sir for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest and delivering the keynote speech. Sir, in your keynote speech, you very well explained that how the management practices, which is a continuously evolving process, has evolved from the need-based production to the production-based need and the market-driven practices to the age of digitization and now AI, and which is posing several challenges before us. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words, right? This is giving us a very interesting insight in understanding the way our businesses are operating right now. On behalf of the organizing committee, I also convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dinesh Awasthi, sir. In your speech, sir, you very well extended the argument created by our guest that how this AI, in the time of AI, now the jobs at the lower end are becoming a problem, and how that is integrated to the overall problem of sustainable economic model that we are facing. And so we are standing at a time where we need to deliberate on the 17 sustainable goals. Thank you very much, sir, for your very, very insightful presidential note. I take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to Professor Rakesh Basant, sir, who guided us throughout the journey from the stage of conception to execution. Sir, it was not possible to give this conference its shape without your guidance. Thank you very much, sir. This conference is supported by Gujarat Council of Science and Technology, Gujarat government, by providing us some financial assistance. I express my deep gratitude to GUJCOST for this support. It means a lot to us, sir. I also take this opportunity to thank all our steering committee members for giving meaningful inputs in shaping this conference. Professor Oyong Huini is present here, has come all the way from Malaysia. Professor Tamang has come all the way from Nepal. Professor Irene Akhtar has come from Bangladesh to join us personally to attend this conference. Professor Jeet Shering and Professor Achintya will be joining for the virtually later on in the conference. Professor Sanjay Pal from Uzbekistan, Professor Kostadin from Bulgaria, Professor Ramzan Sama from Delhi, Jaipuria University are also very, very important part of the steering committee, and they have helped us in shaping this conference and disseminating information about the conference, which has really improved the conference participation. I also take this opportunity to thank all the scientific committee members who will be joining us either personally or virtually. To all our distinguished panelists and session chairs, we deeply appreciate your accepting our invitation to share your expertise. We look forward to learn from you. Dr. Sunil Parekh sir is sitting here, whom we will get a chance to listen tomorrow. So we are really looking forward to your insightful contribution towards the entire conference deliberation. Dr. Manish Bhai, the president of the LJK Trust, Professor P.K. Mehta, Professor Emeritus, who had always been our big support. Sir, without your support, we wouldn't have reached this stage. I must mention the Director MBA program, Professor Dr. Siddharth Singh Bist, for ensuring that we get all necessary assistance. Words are not enough to thank you, sir, for your unwavering support. This conference partner is IFERP in Chennai, and by sitting there, they have continuously assisted us in all the logistics aspect. Thank you, IFERP, for making or for the execution of this conference. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling months in advance. And I'm very much thankful to all our faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members who has always stood by us and motivated us. And support from them is the secret behind the success of the successful execution. And we have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students who are also sitting here in front of me, who have worked day and night in various committees as volunteers and now attending the conference. I cannot thank each and everyone personally and enough for your involvement. They have that you people have shown. And the willingness that you have expressed to take all the tasks that is assigned to you. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you all. Without you, this was not possible. So we, the team of ISTMP, will ever remain grateful to all of you and thank you for being with us today. Have a wonderful time and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we conclude this inaugural session, as a token of our appreciation and gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Bharat Bhaskar Sir, for gracing the occasion and enriching this conference. May I kindly request Honorable Vice Chancellor, LJK University, Professor Dinesh Avasthi Sir, to please present the memento to Professor Bhaskar. Thank you very much, sir, for graciously accepting the memento. Now, everybody in the hall, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Please have your seats. Now we will depart for 15 minutes break. And after the break, we will join here at 12:15 for the panel discussion. 12:15, sir. 12:15 there will be panel discussion. Okay, there is a change in the timing. 11:45? Okay, 11:45 we'll be meeting here again for the panel discussion. So 15 minutes tea break. After that, we'll be joining here after 15 minutes. Tea is outside, you can join.
It's pleasure and privilege to be here to coordinate the panel discussion on one of the subject which is most desired, most needed on urgent basis. And for this panel discussion, we have our esteemed guests sitting here and also joining online. Let me introduce them first. We have Professor Govinda Tamang. He's an associate professor and director of School of Management, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Professor Tamang is a president of Operation Research Society of Nepal, as well as General Secretary of Asia Pacific Operation Research Society of Asia. Professor Tamang's research area is total quality management, project monitoring and evaluation, emerging technologies, entrepreneurial intention, supply chain management, and optimization. Professor Tamang is an MSc in statistics and has done his faculty development program from IIM Ahmedabad, and he is a PhD in statistics. We warmly welcome you, sir, to this here, and may I just request you to take your seat on the dais. We have Professor Dr. Oyong Huini. She's a professor of economics from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Professor Huini holds a PhD degree in technology management from University of Science, Malaysia, a graduate of MA Economics from University of Tsukuba in Japan, and Bachelor of Science in Honors Resources Economics from University Pertania, Malaysia. She is a professor and currently the Dean of Tehong Pio Faculty of Business and Finance in University Tunku Abdul Rahman. She is a voracious writer. She has an extensive publication on her name, and she's also awarded for her research work, and also she's awarded for leadership program. She holds managerial positions in public sector undertakings of Malaysia. Today, Professor Oyong Huini is with us. We welcome you warmly, ma'am. May I just request you to take your seat on the stage. Professor Irin Akhtar is currently a professor and director of Institute of Business Administration, Jahangir University, Dhaka. She completed both her MBA and PhD from Dhaka University and majoring in human resource management. She also earned a healthcare mini MBA from Institute of Healthcare Leadership and Management, UK, and a postgraduate diploma in development planning from National Academy of Planning and Development, Bangladesh. Along with being a full-time faculty at Jahangir University, she has served as a guest faculty of different public and private renowned universities of Bangladesh. Throughout her career, she has published several articles and well-acclaimed national and international journals, as well as actively participated in different national and international conferences in the roles of discussants, keynote speakers, special guests, and as a session chair. Dr. Irene is dedicated towards sustainable society and environment, and because of her contribution, she received the Lead Women Award in 2019, organized by Junior Chamber International, Bangladesh. Power Women Award in 2019 by Color FM 101.6, and considered one of the Munshi 100 BDHR, organizing by Munshi Group. We are honored to have you, Dr. Irene. Please, may I request you to come on the dais. Professor Jeet Shering from Bhutan is joining us online. Professor Jeet Shering is a professor of gross national happiness and economics. He's a trainer in design thinking and search inside yourself involved in leadership development program. Professor Jeet Shering is associated with Royal Institute of Management, and he has an academic experience with over 30 years in academics, public policy, governance, leadership development. He has conducted research, policy advisory, and capacity building in Bhutan and beyond. He is passionate about fostering innovation, ethical leadership, and strategic thinking to drive social progress and happiness initiatives. Thank you, sir, for joining us online. We warmly welcome you. Dr. Achintya Koswata is joining us from Sri Lanka. She is a senior lecturer in economics at the Open University of Sri Lanka. She holds a PhD in economics from Swinburne University of Technology, Australia, and has served as a visiting PhD fellow at the United Nations University World Institute for Development Economics Research, Helsinki, Finland. Her research focuses on international trade, institutional economics, export competitiveness, climate vulnerability, and sustainable development, with a strong emphasis on developing economies. We welcome you, Professor Dr. Achintya. We are really happy you could join us. Professor Amitabh Kundu will be chairing this session. I'll be moderating the session. Professor Amitabh Kundu is a professor emeritus with Helge University, and he's a distinguished professor retired from Jawaharlal Nehru University. He's a distinguished professor in economics with an extensive work on labor and employment. We are really honored to have you, sir, at this our gathering. And we are really honored that you accepted our invitation to chair the session. Thank you, sir. May I first request our Dean Academics, Dr. Anita Sunil, to offer Tulsi pot and welcome all the guests. Professor Govind Tamanga, sir. Professor Oyong Huni ma'am. Professor Irene Akhtar ma'am. And our own Professor Amitabh Kundu sir. Yes, sir. So may I now request Professor Kundu to say some opening remark, and then we can start some discussion.
Dignitaries and researchers around and on the dais, colleagues and friends. You can see I'm an accidental chairperson from the two programs that I have, but we have an accidental prime minister, and the outcome was not that bad, although it's being under scrutiny. I hope our chairpersonship shared with Neha doesn't have any such questioning. I must say that in the inaugural session, we had two excellent presentations, and they are complementary to each other. One from the director of IIM, Professor Bhaskar. He told us how the business practices have evolved historically, responded to the changing institutional structure, demand structure, the social relations, and how that has added to the efficiency, production demands. And he gave an excellent overview of what kind of challenges exist in future. Professor Dinesh Avasthi, the Vice Chancellor of LJ University, took up slightly different angle. He focused on SDGs. He talked about employment at the lowest level, pollution. Would the business practices, which are in a way geared to efficiency, management outcomes, and in Indian context, we are talking about Viksit Bharat. We have all target setting in terms of that. How are these business practices going to respond to the grassroots level demands? I think they were excellent complementary to each other. I just want to take 2-3 minutes because I'm very impressed by the panel that we have. This question, whether the business practices would be addressing the issues of efficiency, or it would be addressing the issues of SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, focusing on concerns that challenges humanity, pollution, inequality, and inequality certainly is a major, major issue in the South and Southeast Asia, was bothering us even in the early years of the present century. In 2005, I was asked by UNDP to prepare an index of business practices, how it has come in South and Southeast Asia. And I was looking at the countries, it has exactly these countries, including Singapore, and, well, Bhutan was not there in that calculation. Singapore and Malaysia is also here. And I did work out a composite index. At that time, data availability was very, very limited, to say which country is doing better in terms of adoption of business practices to address the SDG concerns, gender inequality, reaching the bottom sections of the population, poverty, unemployment. And believe me, India, out of the 9 countries I had, was right in the middle. Malaysia, Singapore, and even Sri Lanka was above India. I did exactly the same calculation for a research study for Planning Commission. I find India is at the top in most of the indicators, excepting For China, it's just one or two slots below. But the real issue in the Indian context and in the context of other countries in also is inequality. Inequality in India, and this is what Dinesh was emphasizing, is very, very high. I can tell my friend Irene that in terms of latest report, Human Development Index, India and Bangladesh are more or less together. But if you make inequality adjustment, I have some experience of Bangladesh. This is a very high feudal structure, inequality is there. But Indian inequality is even higher than that. So that is a matter of concern for all of us. And I'm sure the panelists would just not only look at the efficiency of business practices, but how it is affecting the SDG, which is the critical area of concern. I'll just take one more minute. Since Professor Dinesh Avasthi was raising it, would the new technology, AI, in 2004 and 5, I was not talking about AI. Artificial intelligence was not being talked about. It was ICT, Information Communication Technology. But in 1923, John Maynard Keynes had predicted that with this new technology which is coming up, he didn't know either of ICT or AI. He estimated and he said, my grandchildren will work only for 8 hours in a week. Because in a week's time, they will produce enough that the humanity needs. In 2010, 10 Nobel laureates were asked to do a paper on why Keynes went wrong. Because the fear that we have that AI is going to replace workers, particularly at the lowest level, is that a real, genuine fear? And at the moment, it seems so. But we don't know what kind of changes will come up in terms of definition of work, definition of happiness, how people's attitude will change. So what these 10 Nobel laureates did, I'll just conclude in half a minute. They interviewed the real grandchildren of John Maynard Keynes. One of them was a banker, the lady. She said, what nonsense my grandfather wrote. I work for 12 hours every day. And in fact, the world statistics at the London Bureau of Labor shows that average employment working hours has not gone down with all the technology coming up. So I would therefore think that this is whether the AI and the modern business practices is going to replace labor in a big way is a question mark. We do not know what would exactly happen to the society. And one of the papers among the Nobel laureates said that many of the people, like Professor Bhaskar and Professor Dinesh, don't make a distinction between work and happiness, work and leisure. You start working and you think that you're doing, it adds to your happiness. So basically, I think let's not be terribly worried about the labor laws because things would change institutionally. But nonetheless, it's an empirical question. I don't want to prejudice. I would like to listen to the presentations of all the panelists coming from different parts of Asia and South Asia. May I therefore request Professor Govind to start? Nehaji, would you like to say something? You have to moderate. Okay, please go ahead. I'll just leave it up to you, and then at the end, if there is time, I might say something.
So I'm just going to give an overview, and then we'll set.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Kundu, for setting the stage and raising the important concern that we are facing. Now I'm taking over as a role of a moderator of this particular session. Let me just say that yes, these concerns are serious because as the world has the world has learned a lot from what we started with Millennium Development Goal, just the 8 goals, which were mainly centered around poverty agenda, where top-down approach was more adopted. And there was more driven by funds and finances and support, financial support. And then we realized that if we want to solve the basic problem of economic inequality or the sustainability, we have to broaden our vision, and we came up to 17 sustainable development goal. So here, the primary focus is on social needs in developing countries. From primary on the developing countries, now we have shifted to more inclusive and more participatory and more universal approach that acknowledge the interdependence of human and planetary well-being. In a way, it is acknowledging the fact that the prosperity of some countries, especially what we can define as a global north, cannot be separated from the deprivation that prevails in the developing countries or the underdeveloped countries that we define as a global south. And today, as the climate change is becoming a lived reality, the scope of this goal has expanded from just the social and economic environmental concerns to that was applicable to all developing countries. Now it has also expanded to the environmental concerns, which is an integral part of the way society and the economy operates. And so here, since in 1 hour it is very difficult for us to focus on all 17 goals, we are basically trying to focus on the goals that are focused on environmental concerns so that we can put in little more efforts by taking an overview of the other aspects. So the goal 13, which is a climate action that we will be focusing on, but of course there are a lot of other goals like goal 6, clean water and sanitation, goal 7, affordable and cleaner energy, 11, sustainable cities and communities, 12, responsible consumption and production, Goal 14, life below water, and 15, life on the land. They are all very, very integrated to the way economy and society works. And by focusing on Goal 13 and the environmental aspect does not mean that we are not understanding the, its integrity or its interrelation with the goals of poverty, hunger, or gender equality. Right, so or even the global peace, right, that are very, very deeply intertwined with the environmental sustainability. But as I mentioned that we cannot address all the issues, so we are narrowing down our scope of discussion, just focusing on some limited issue. And we primarily focus on the environment, the policy environment that support the environmental sustainability in the Asian countries, especially the Asia Pacific countries, and as a majority of the panel members that we are sitting here are from South Asia, will be focusing on the South Asia. And it is also important to focus on the South Asia because South Asia countries have a serious ecological concerns because our we share a lot of geographical and ecological, we share them. And so we see that when the Himalayas are melting, all the South Asian countries are getting affected. When Himalayas are melting, the rivers are flooding and affecting all the rivers across the continent. We know that our plains are food insecure and they're highly vulnerable to disasters. And that is why our focus on South Asia would be very relevant. In the global perspective, I would just like to give a glimpse of that why we need to talk from the perspective of South Asia, or generally, in general, the developing economies in general, the developing countries in general, and South Asia in particular. So can I have the slide 1, please? Yeah, so here I have just selected the countries who are participating over here and their sustainable development goal rank and in the 2025, right? So as we see among us all, Bhutan is on the 74th, Malaysia on 84th, Nepal is 85th, Sri Lanka 93rd, India is 99th, and Bangladesh is 114th. So none of the country, even Bhutan or Nepal, which are the Himalayan countries, are not in the top list of the Sustainable Development Goal. Next slide, please. here we need to see a perspective that why we are talking and focusing on the environmental concerns. As we see, this is the environment, the CO2 emission by countries. India is among the first 10 countries. It is a third country as long as the total carbon emission is concerned. And the Malaysia is 23rd, Bangladesh is 39, Sri Lanka is 91, Nepal is 95, Bhutan is 155. The point that I want to make over here is that the large countries and the relatively high-income countries are producing more emission, and that will be getting much clearer with the next slide, where we try to calculate the emission per capita. Right? This is total emission, but if we look at the per capita emission, right? So we see that the countries, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Australia, United States, they are contributing to a much higher proportion of the carbon emission, whereas developing countries, including Russia, which also, of course, emits a lot, China, Malaysia, and all the other countries concerned right now, our relative contribution, per capita contribution is relatively low. But as we see in the last column, the countries which have developed and reached at a plateau at a very high level, they have started, their backward journey, and they've started taking measures, effective measures, which are reducing the carbon emission. Whereas the countries, the developing countries, right, still we face this conflict between how we manage with our economies and the issues of poverty that Professor Kundu raised. The production, intensive production is like becoming a reality here, and so our carbon emission is also rising. Sunjay, can I have the next slide, please? Right, so here we can, graphically we can see, I've just taken the countries like United States and Canada, which has reached the high level of per capita carbon emission, and they started going down. But we, India, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, we are at a very low level per capita carbon emission, but we are taking an upward journey. So here, the two things are like getting very clear. One is the north-south dynamics. The rich are already polluted a lot and are like trying to resolve this issue. And the second problem is the trade-off between the economic growth versus the environmental sustainability. To tackle this problem of hunger and poverty that are widespread in these economies, because, the production need to be increased, but faster economic growth is compromising with the sustainability. And that's why that is raising a very, very important challenge for us. That is a reason which tells us that we should be having the businesses that is leading the main economic activity in developing countries, right, which is contributing around 90% of the employment, and 60% of the GDP is coming from the private sectors, private sector businesses. So now this production processes by the public sector, the private businesses also needs to integrate the sustainable practices. The UN said that achieving sustainable development goal creates at least 12 trillion US dollar business opportunities. So that is an incentive that if we want to go further for that. So with that reference, let's have some basic idea and a basic understanding about what is happening in different countries. So first, may I invite Govinda Tamang sir. What are the major policy measures taken by your country? First, give us an idea about what is the status of SDG. And please share what are the policy measures taken by your country to make business to align with the SDG.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. So I'm really delighted to be here today. Well, I just took permissions from, I want to take permissions from professors, chair, and then Neha ma'am, moderator. So I'm very thankful to everyone here, Professor Basant and Professor, director here. Well, first I would like to just give a certain look about, how 17 different goals that Nepal has achieved and all. Just few glance, and then I'll come across your questions, all right? Let me quickly go. About 3 minutes, I would like to just talk about. If you just see the first slide, first slide, yes. So I'll be just giving highlight about the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. I mean, this one, right? So, in fact, in context of sustainable development goal, because I'm just catering about, all 17 goals first, let me take out. And here, I'll be talking about what are the policy and enabling environment, and of course, progress on goals and targets, some figures, and of course, emerging challenges, which will definitely address the issues raised by our professor this morning, and issues raised by our chairperson and ma'am. Well, so now, next slide, please. So in fact, okay, this is all the figure. Now, the question rises here, the figure, we need to believe in the figure, or let's say some other factors also. This is what I have taken from, voluntary national review of SDGs 2024. We can have a look here. You see, national average progress reached 58.6%, however, 41% against mid-term 2022 and long-term 2030 targets, right? So now, with this note, I would like to bring some attentions over here. What are the dimensions, that how Nepal got calculated all these things, right? So, well, next slide, please. So, in fact, you could see there are, next slide. You could see there are 6 different, dimensions here. Because the first is, like SDG conventions, of course, our political commitment is starting with, that is ownership of the SDGs, you can see, right? And then, of course, we have been able to integrate the SDGs in national framework also. And basically, I would like to highlight about, national plans and policies. We have got different sectoral plans during our discussions. I will be talking about that one. And then, of course, medium-term expenditure framework and budget, where we will have, how is the budget being allocated to each, like 17 goals, right? And of course, integration of, as ma'am already said, triple bottom line and all. So integration of economic, social and environment dimensions. And very interesting thing is that LNOB, that is leave no one behind of marginal communities and people at the bottom level, right? So that kind of outcome is there in my country. Well, institutional mechanism, of course, is starting with national planning commissions, right? And then even provincial level, right? And then localizations of the SDGs, very interestingly, that in our discussion, I'll be talking about that one. Well, next slide, please. Well, let me quickly go through the results progress. How is the progress? You could see poverty number 1. Of course, if you could see that 25.16% in 2010-11 to 3.5% 2022-23. So this we have achieved. And for example, zero hunger, 5.4% of the population undernourished in 2022. So this is the report of Nepal government. Well, talking about 3, then you could see good health and well-being. We could see per 100,000 live births in 22. See that 151 mortality rate ratio declined to 151 from 258. Significant progress on that. Next, please. Likewise, you could see quality educations. Of course, the net enrollment rate in primary education, as this is the foundations, right? So reached 97.1% in 2022, close to target of 9-10%. Well, so likewise, we can just, I would like to skip all these things. 5, 6, you can see. Well, next. Likewise, 7, 8, 9. So you could see for 7 then. In fact, Nepal, that a very good place for the hydroelectricity as well. So impressive 95% in 2022 reached, surpassing the target of 85% for that year, right? Well, likewise, we have got decent work, economic environment. So I'm not talking this industry. Next one, please. I would like to skip this one. You could see 10, 11, 12 also. If you just look at the 10 income inequality, that's what we have been talking about. Of course, we need to take consideration of inequality among our South Asian countries. So if you look at here in Nepal, Gini coefficient has decreased to 0.31 in 2022, surpassing target of 0.35 on the basis of 2022. Well, so likewise now I would like to go fast so that we can speed up. Well, of course, number 14, this is not applicable as our landlocked countries. So we have not, this is not related to Nepal. So climate action, of course. So we will be talking much on this one. Of course, significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Well, I would like to I would like to bring your questions here. So we have got, National Climate Change Policy 2019. So here we have had, you're talking about carbon sequestration. And there has been, a lot of discussion in different, discourse, right? In national or international platform. Nepal, as you just mentioned about, and South Asia even, so we are not generating that much carbon. So how about this? Talking about forest policy, we have had in 2022, we did have like, about 48% of total forest in our country in Nepal. So recently, carbon sequestration type of things we have done, in fact. So we have already had some, from World Bank, we received some amount for carbon sequestrations, right? So we doubt how we can distribute that, the amount to the people at the bottom level. There is still lacking of that kind of policy still. Well, talking about life on land, okay, the last one is that, so especially community-based forest management, definitely you'll be raising the questions on this, I know. Later we'll discuss on that one. And definitely protected areas, we have maintained 23.39% of the total land area, especially ACAP, nearby Himalaya. We have got Annapurna Conservation Camp, where now this is protected area and has maintained at least, the issue of carbon, emissions, just raising the issue, that, right. Well, with this then, I would like to, just some challenges. So probably this could help, next please. This could help for the further discussion. Well, the challenge is that poverty and inequality, yes, this is really challenges, okay. Well, as already discussed, sir has already discussed, and ma'am have already discussed in this morning, right? So inequality between rich countries and our South Asian and global South countries, right? Same thing happened in Nepal. So we have got inequality. You see that in 2023 in survey, we have Nepali Center survey that revealed that 20.2% of the population in Nepal lives below the national poverty line is still. This is the great challenge, right? Well, unemployment or underemployment we have, and especially I would like to focus SDG financing gap and debt burden, you see. In fact, just to achieve all SDG goals, then there is financing gap of 755 billion rupees, Nepali rupees, on every year. So this is a great challenge, how to bring the, investment in the country. So in this context also, I think in our discussion, we'll do that one. Yeah, climate change, yes, the last one, please. On-plan urbanization, digital divide, AI, okay. Just I would like to highlight 60% of jobs in Nepal are at the risk of automation. This is in the year, it was estimated in the year 2018, now even getting worse now, okay. And then the last one, I guess. Yeah. Okay, insurance capacity, yeah, trade barrier, okay, we'll be talking about. Yeah, demography, see, data ability monitoring. Sir was talking about data ability is very critical things here. Yes, with this then, I would like to hand over this mic to you so that,
Thank you, sir, for giving an overview about what is happening in Nepal. So Bangladesh also has a very interesting, okay, sir wants to say something. Yes, sir. Each one can have just give an overview for discussion. Yeah, okay. Right. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Okay. So, Professor Irene, you have your 7 minutes to just explain what is the situation in Bangladesh. Very interestingly, is Professor, till your slides are arranged, Professor Kundu also mentioned that though Bangladesh is a relatively the feudal society, but still ranking above India in terms of poverty, slightly above India. So that's very interesting. And UN also mentioned in one of its reports that Bangladesh performance is relatively better among the Asian Pacific region. So that's a very interesting insight from one of the UN reports. So yeah, Professor Irene, your 7 minutes start now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm indebted to LG University for inviting me from Bangladesh. As we see, Bangladesh and India, we have very good relations sometimes and bad relations sometimes. Okay, now in terms of the SDG, we like to start from the three issues of economy, that is to increase the employment, that is to decrease the unemployment, to increase the GDP, to stabilize the price level. Now you see, when we are talking about to increase the GDP, at that time to maximize the profit, at the same time we are still talking about the environment, it is actually oxymoron, okay? We are going towards the industrialization. And once we have understood, realized that only industrialization is not a good solution. And because of that, we have decided to SDGs, 17 UN goals, for all the countries of the world to decrease the inequality. Okay, as I have given the less time, so I'll go very quickly. You see, this is after 1971, war. At that time, we were among the underdeveloping countries. Then we have passed, now we are considered as a developing country. And this is in 2026. This is the country we are graduating from least developed country to developed country. So this is the very critical year for us to graduate to as developed country. And because of that, we need to maintain some of the goals. Okay. So our government is focusing on 4 goals mainly. Okay. The next slide, please. Next slide. As I have less time, next slide. Yes. These are the 4 goals, altogether 6. First, the 4 goals which our government is focusing. First one, that is the poverty, no poverty, then zero hunger, quality education. Now you see, that is we say about the equality, we know that in our parliament there are 350 seats. And among these 350 seats, 50 seats are for women. When women are giving the chance to be the part without any election, and they can also election to take the part in 300 seats. So in this way, there are some other ways government is taking the initiative to reduce the gender gap between male and female. And if we look at the next slide, please. If you look at this data, you see that Bangladesh, if you look at the no poverty, and at that time, it is the target in 2030, the poverty level will be 0%. Now in 2025, it is 4.8% still. Still the 4.8% people, they are under the poverty, but the target to reduce the poverty by creating the employment, and the government is more focusing on that is small industry or small business, small entrepreneur startup. These are the areas government is focusing, and you know that Nobel laureate Dr. Muhammad Yunus, he has introduced the 3-0 theories. That is zero hunger, zero unemployment, that is not zero actually net, and zero carbon emission. And because of that, social entrepreneurship is taking initiative, and lots of women in our country and the students in our country, they are becoming involved in this type of business to reduce the unemployment. You see, in Bangladesh, total unemployment is almost 5%, and graduate unemployment is almost more than 13 to 14%. And this is the area government is focusing, how to reduce the unemployment among the graduate by including the social entrepreneurship and like this type of a startup. Now, next slide, please.
Professor Irene, can you wind up in 2 minutes, please? 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, the next one, please. Well, okay. Well, Bangladesh is focusing on education, that is quality of education. You see, if we compare ourselves with our previous generation, always our previous generation say that they are better than us in compared to the education. And we also say that we compare to the next generation. Why? Because the education system is changing. Now all the students, they have information in this mobile. And because of that, they would not like to go through the books. Okay. And because of that, the quality of education, it is in one sense has decreased. And because of that, our government has taken the initiative, that is the Education Policy 2010. By that policy, government is introducing that from the primary level, so that the students can learn from their very beginning, compared to the SDGs, compared to the competitiveness, what is required from the primary level to secondary level to the higher level of education. Now you see, that is the changing of the world. We are going towards the artificial intelligence. Now we have to learn those in everywhere. It is not only that is the coding and everything. Already Professor Bharat Vajkar, Professor Dinesh Ashwati, they have discussed, and everything they have focused how to forward. And as I have less time, as I'm from the HR background, I'll focus more on actually humanity. For whether we are going towards, that is, you know, that dynamite was to support the people, okay? But after that, dynamite was used to kill the people. So that is the question, whether we'll forward to support the people or to kill the people. So when we think about the artificial intelligence, it is taking the job of the human beings. But at the same time, it is creating the jobs of human beings in other ways. Okay. So we have to draw the line from where we'll start and where we'll go through. So,
okay, can we proceed further, ma'am?
Okay. So thank you, everyone. I have lots of things to share.
We will discuss that in the later rounds.
Yes, and you see that Amitav, he is looking at me to stop. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, so like Malaysia is not in the South Asia, but in the Southeast Asia, and we share the same continent. And I mean, as we were reading various, I know very little about Malaysia, but as I was just going through, I realized that there are many good programs in Malaysia about the National Green Technology Policy and Green Technology Master Plans, and that is basically focusing on the green growth that helps to reduce the carbon footprint. So can you just explain what's happening in Malaysia in this relation? Can we have Professor Huini's presentation, please?
So it's easier for me to see from here. Okay, so this is, I will share about not only for Malaysia, but also the Southeast Asia. Okay, next. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. So this is about this overall what is the midterm report of the Southeast Asia country. So for your information, Southeast Asia consists of the 10, and in last year we have another country, so it's 11. Okay. So basically among these in the report card of this the SDG, we see a lot of progress in most of the SDGs, except there are 3 items. Okay, which is on the it's quite not so clear. Okay, so there are 3 items. There's about climate action as well as the peace. So basically, we are quite on track for Southeast Asia as a whole. And for this, so in the Southeast Asia, is a group of about 600 million population. Okay, and they are in a different level of the economic development. So 2 countries, Singapore and Brunei, they are considered developed countries. And then Malaysia is upper developing countries. The rest are the developing countries. So it is a community, but have a different level of economic development. We go to the next. Okay, so this is the map of the Southeast Asia country. Can you recognize all the countries where they are? Malaysia is at the left. Okay, so you can see those in the red, orange, or the yellow. Okay, you can see that those yellow one is more on the more achieving in the SDG. Okay, red one is still works on it. Okay, so and at the bottom is Indonesia, basically Indonesia. At the right hand side upper is Philippines. Okay, so among all this about SDG also we have to think about this geographical location. The Philippines. So when we talk about the climate change, so Philippines is at the edge of the Pacific Ocean. So every summer there will be a typhoon. Okay, I think it's also like in the South Asia continent also there's a typhoon during the summer. So a lot of damage could be done. And at the bottom of it, which is Indonesia, it is at the ring of fire. Means that it's prone to happen the earthquake or volcano the eruption. Okay, so there's also causes of some damage to the properties as also life. So therefore, for different area, they have different challenges. Okay, so therefore, we need to have a sustainable growth that is economically strong but socially unequal and environmentally unstable, because of some of them is due to the geographical location. Next. Okay, so how this framework, okay, operationalized in the South Asia. So these SDGs, they are implemented in Southeast Asia 2 national development plans. From the ASEAN, there we have each of the respective country development plans. And ASEAN plays a role in coordinating, okay, of those plans in these different countries. So we have put SDG into our budgeting and also in the legal framework as well. Okay, like just now, Prof. Neha mentioned about that, like the green technology plan that also work for Malaysia. We put into this encouragement of the renewable energy, meaning that the solar, the mass, and also the hydro and so on, as well as to put use in especially on the public transport. In terms of we have extension of in Malaysia, the lines for the MRT. That's why we have MRT 1, 2, and 3. As well like LRT, we have LRT 1, 2, and 3 on top of the commuter line. And also with, for example, working with the BYD for this encouragement use of the EV, okay, electric vehicles, which are to less reliance on this the fossil fuel, as well as to reduce the subsidies on the fossil fuel or the petrol for the people. So we are gradually reduce and limit the use of the subsidized fuel. So that is also where we try to reduce the reliance on this fossil fuel. Next. Okay, so these are different report cards. I don't have time to talk about all. So basically, green are those achieving, orange are those less achieving, and yellow are those achieved. So we go next.
Can you wind up in 2 minutes, ma'am, please?
Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, so this is as I said just now, the climate change is a threat, okay, to many of these Southeast Asia countries. And for Malaysia, we have a high coverage of the forest, okay, and we are the top 12 of this, the most biodiversified country. So this is where we can still keep on achieving those on the, to support those life on land, okay, and so on. So therefore, we still need to have a strong implementation, okay, of SDGs plans. Next. So, as well as just also mentioned by Professor Irene just now, the digital transformation. This is where we can use less, for example, less on paper, okay, less on this, the reliance on those non-sustainable practices using for example, e-payment. And Malaysia in the Asia is after China, the most use of this e-payment. Okay, in Malaysia, basically everything can be done either by the QR code or by the cashless, using your credit card and debit card and so on. So therefore, the digital transformation also can accelerate achievement of these SDGs. So, and not to forget about this social inclusion, human capital, and equality. So therefore, there is still vulnerable groups. So to achieve SDG 4, 5, or 10. So for Malaysia case, so we just extended the compulsory education until 11 years. And basically, if like they want to further to 13 years, A-level equivalent, also it is a free education. So it depends on the choices of the people, okay? As well as for in Malaysia now is we try to reduce the inequality, okay? So this is basically most of the people, for example, we have just the unemployment about 3%, and unemployment of these the graduates about less than 10%. But we want to have it further improve, especially also not only rely on the jobs, but also encourage the young people to create job, to become the owner of the business, to create job opportunity as well.
Okay. Ma'am, can we?
Okay, almost last, next. Okay, so these are the status. Next. Okay, so therefore, we need to have this, to have action together with a real result. Next. Okay, so these are we have to change from the goal and also to more systematic by governance and also we think in system. Okay, next, no more. Okay, this is the pathway for the next and we hope we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Huini. You gave a very extensive idea about what's happening in Malaysia. I'm keeping Bhutan deliberately the last because Bhutan is the only probably country which is recognized to have a negative carbon footprint. So before we come to Bhutan, I would like to have some insights from Sri Lanka, from Dr. Achintya. Dr. Achintya, your time is strictly 7 minutes, please.
Okay. I hope I'm audible and my slides are visible.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks again, Dr. Neha. That's a really good place to start. And I say that because this, about Sri Lanka's SDG incorporation captures Sri Lanka's long-term vision, I would say very well. Because when we talk about Sri Lanka's aspiration to become a sustainable upper middle income country in Indian Ocean hub by 2030, so it is very important for us to start with context. And why I emphasize this, because context really shapes policy choices in countries like ours. So Sri Lanka has gone through a very severe economic crisis, as we all know, and at the same time, we have experienced climate-related shocks, including recent floods. I highlight this because in this situation, sustainability for us is not a theoretical or aspirational concept. It is closely linked to economic recovery, social stability, and business resilience. So that is why sustainability is now seen as a pathway to rebuilding and strengthening the economy, not as an optional agenda. So one key feature of Sri Lanka's policy regime is the alignment of national development planning with the UN 2030 agenda. And this matters because SDGs are not treated as a separate framework. They are integrated into national policies, sector strategies, and public investment decisions. So development and sustainability move together. So this integration sends us a clear signal to both public institutions and businesses about the direction the country is taking. And another important feature is Sri Lanka's people-centered development approach. And I stress this because it's a long-standing strength. The country has a long tradition of investing in health, education, and social protection. Although the recent crisis has put pressures on these systems, they still provide a solid foundation. So when businesses align with SDGs related to poverty reduction, workforce well-being, skills development, and gender inclusion, so they are building on an existing social base, so which supports us to go towards inclusive growth. And the policy regime also reflects a pragmatic approach, I would say, to engaging businesses. And this is important because a large share of Sri Lankan economy is driven by small and medium enterprises. So the focus has been on gradual transition, guidance, and capacity building rather than immediate heavy compliance. So this makes sustainability more accessible and realistic for businesses on the ground. And also, another defining feature is the strong role of trade and export orientation. And I mention this because Sri Lanka's position itself as a reliable Indian Ocean hub, connected to global value chains. As a result, global market expectations around labor standards, environmental practices, and governance strongly influence business behavior. So sustainability becomes a tool for competitiveness and market access in nowadays. It's not just a regulatory requirement. So Sri Lanka is trying to facilitate its SMEs towards that. And sorry, I hope my slides are still visible.
No, we can't see your slides.
Oh, I'm sorry. Uh, Sorry about that. So if we talk about the regulatory perspective, Sri Lanka's approach has largely been enabling rather than corrective. So this matters because it encourages adoption, environmental regulations, and promote cleaner production in some industries, energy efficiency and responsible resource use. And also there are very strict labor regulations focused on worker protection, safety, and gender equity. So recent climate events, especially floods, have also strengthened the focus on risk management and resilience, because environmental risks very quickly translate into economic risks. So what is important is that these policy features collectively help carve a pathway towards 2030 aspiration that we have, we are trying to achieve. So they encourage businesses to invest in people, improve efficiency, manage skills, and many firms that adopted these approaches were better able to cope during recent crises. And that experience has reinforced confidence in sustainability pathways. So these are some early lessons we are learning. So Sri Lanka's aspiration to become sustainable upper middle income Indian Ocean hub, which is shaped by policy regime that is integrated and people centered, I would say, and also market aware. So resilience focused, the pathway forward is not about rapid transformation, So, but about steady and consistent progress. So those are some insights from Sri Lankan context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Achintya. It was a very crisp and very focused insight about what is happening in Sri Lanka. There's no wonder when the Sri Lanka is saying that they aspire to become the sustainable upper middle income Indian Ocean hub by 2030. So what lies behind this aspiration, you have given a good idea about that. So now we come to the country, very small, tiny Himalayan neighbor of India, which actually has a carbon negative footprint. So Professor Shering, can you just share some insights that what are these unique policy secrets or the elements of the Bhutan which are playing an important role in ensuring carbon negative region? Sir, you are not audible. I think you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be in this group. Unfortunately, I could not be there. Greetings from Bhutan, Royal Institute of Management. And I would like to just make a small presentation. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about why Bhutan is carbon negative and the policy imperatives. So for this to happen, I'll just move on from here and I'll just put it as, let me see here. So I put it in a couple of ways just to go directly to the point, directly to the point. So I decided to keep some P's just to make us remember what it is about. So one thing, the elements for carbon negative in Bhutan is, one, we are clear at the purpose, the why, the vision, the end result that we want. We are clear about that. The other is the policy. There is clarity and communication about the policy. Third is the politics. Politics in the sense, when you talk about we are talking about the commitment, and the leadership commitment is there. And also talking about that politics, and linked to that is the persons involved in that. Leadership, the politics is there, the commitment is there, and also the persons, if you look at that, leadership is leading by example. And here, when you talk about leadership, and all of you know that Bhutan has, in a sense of been fortunate to have kings as the leaders who are benign. Benign kings who see the far and they are able to move on, and they are not moved by the small time myopic version of the voting and the election turnover. That's the advantage we have with the king's leadership earlier. But having said that, we are a constitutional democratic monarchy. Then the last point is the process, the how we go about it. I'm not going to dwell on all of this because I know Dr. Nia and also Professor Ahmed, you are Ahmed Kundu, you will be worried over the time. I know I don't envy your position trying to control the speakers as you go move on. No, it's a very difficult task. So I'll just keep focus on a couple of things only. Let's see, that doesn't move. So first thing first is actually, if you really look at that, what is it? What is it? We have a constitutional imperative for gross national happiness. The constitution is very clear. Constitution is very clear. There's been 60% of the forest, there has to be forest cover. Is very clear of that. One is that the next part. The first part is we need to go for gross national happiness, and I'll explain about the gross national happiness a bit later on. But gross national happiness is a more holistic aspect, and it is, when you talk about gross national happiness, is reframing and redefining the purpose of development and the role of government. We can link that to the business also, to look at the purpose of the business also. We can link it to that, but we will not do it just now. Maybe in the next rounds. Couple of rounds later, if there is enough time, we could do that. But just now, we'll say one is GNH in the Constitution. The next is the environment policy is also a part of the part of the constitutional imperative. It is mentioned in the Constitution, and I have, you can see from the slide, very clearly mentioned there. And it's, if you look at that, you see that as a constitutional covenant with the future generation. We have a covenant about the GNH with the people of Bhutan and the Bhutan, but now we have a covenant with the future generations. That we want to move towards that future generation, and we want to have a covenant to that, and that's linked with this disease. Our GNH environment policy isn't a ministry directive or national directive. It's the constitutional immune system, a system that will make us immune, and also the operating system that the computers use normally. And this is the operating system that we use daily, day-to-day life. Very clearly mentioned there. And if you look at that, that is part of the Bhutan aspect. We are talking about Bhutan aspect. But then we can go into the world as a whole. And I mean, just to remind ourselves of the Meadows when she was talking about the aspects of the growth that exceeds limit becomes cancerous. That is we know it. I mean, we know it. So this is something that we're conscious of. Bhutan is conscious of, and we take care of it. If you look at that, now we go to the 9 domains as SDG blueprint. It's a mandatory. We have the 9 domains in the GNH. We have the 9 domains in the GNH. But in addition to that, we have a policy screening tool. That all policies will have to be screened through the 9 domains. Each of the 9 domains, if you break the 9 domains and in detail, there are 22 variables. 22 variables. There are a couple of variables there. For each of the variables, we'll need to have a certain score point. Okay, again we'll have to look at that. It's linked. 9 domains are linked with the SDGs, and each of the 22 variables are linked to the SDGs. So all policies will have to go through it. So it is not a policy for the sake of policy that is a file there somewhere and dust collects the dust, but a policy that is active, policy that is used in day-to-day life. In the policy, a policy that is used as a screen tool, and everything it has to pass from that. Very clearly, all will have to pass through that. For example, I mean, it could be 9 domains as SDGs. Okay, it could goes on, and I just put the 9 domains and how it links to the SDGs. I just put that. So GDP, we do not, and many people think that we are against GDP. We are not against GDP. GDP is one dial. If you just focus on GDP, you miss out the other aspects. So what GNH does is we look at the other 8 dial also and ensure the progress does not crash the system. GDP is 1 and is the 1/9 of the total. So it's important. It's important, but it's not the most important thing. It's very important. And this is some way, I'm just to present this, basically we have the 9 domains are like these, and the ones that are colored slightly orange, they are the additional to the conventional indicators. We have that. And a couple of slides here for each of the domains. How does it look? Living standard. What are looked into? What are assessed under that? Good governance, education and health, water and ecology, community vitality and time use. I know Professor Amit Kundu was talking about. Do you make a difference between work and leisure? We make a difference between work and leisure. There is a work 8 hours. Leisure 8 hours, and sleep 8 hours. I mean, this is part of an indicator that we use. But later on, maybe we could discuss further on that. And also culture and psychological well-being. We look at the stress. Just now, people are talking about burnout. We talk about all these aspects. We assess our policies based on these. And just to give you a feel of it, I mean, I'm just giving a feel. It's a 4-point scale. 1 is negative, 2 is do not know, 3 is neutral, and 4 is positive. And for a policy to get through, it has to be at least 3 and above.
So can you wind up in a minute, please?
Yes, I will do that. Okay, thank you very much. I know it's a difficult time for you, I think, to arrange it. So I'll just look at that. So I'll just keep it here. Basically, what we'll say that we'll have to look at we'll have to look at the whole thing as a, not like a machine. We use the metaphor of a machine for efficiency and all these aspects, but we'll have to look at the metaphor of a heart. Machines will exploit and take over the resources, but the heart will enrich and look at the system as a whole, and and it will talk about the flourishing. Heart exists to flourish, and if we change the metaphor, maybe the way we do business will change. Thank you very much. I'll just stop here.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so as we proceed further, like, as we were talking about how focus on the businesses, the policy regime should be focusing on the businesses. So I'm not going to use slides because that's taking a lot of time. So just giving you an idea about that, what's happening in India. In India, we have the, of course, as in the morning session, Professor Bharat Bhaskar said that we have moved from the need-based production to production-based need and marketing. So now the production, increasing the production for GDP has become so important that we are now looking for the solutions in adopting the various methods in the current structure. And for doing that, the set of measures that in India we take can be broadly classified into two categories. One are the regulatory mechanism and another are the government initiatives towards it. And in regulatory framework, we have the Companies Act, which has made the CSR, the corporate social responsibility expenditure compulsory, mandatory for the high worth companies, right? And as we see that as the CSR is rising, companies are spending more towards, has started spending more towards climate change. Otherwise, the major domain for the CSR has remained health and education only. But now companies are spending more towards climate change policies, towards promoting the circular economy, and even for the green skill development. These are the areas which now the companies are seeing without that it is not possible for us even to sustain. So that is picking up, and beyond that we have this ESG framework that is also regulatory framework. And SEBI also has the business responsibility and sustainability reporting framework, which has been introduced recently in 21-22. So government is also promoting more on the fiscal policy, that's more support, financial support to the green technology. And when we talk about the government's initiative, especially for the climate change, there is a lot of emphasis on National Action Plan on Climate Change, the mission that started in 2008 and has expanded various climate change missions from 1 to 8 now. And that includes from solar, which is the most, solar mission for, national mission for solar is one of the most well achieved in that sense. So even if we want to have to look at India's best practice towards that, I think solar mission and our efforts towards going for the International Solar Alliance that we started in 2015 in the COP meeting, right, where we are trying to integrate various countries. So this is the basic policy framework that is happening, but that makes us to think that what are the best practices? Because if we are looking at the same structure in which we are trying to find the solution, so we must understand and we must explore what are the best practices that's happening. So I think we can just look at the best practices that's happening probably in few of the countries, and then we look at the challenges. So Professor Huini, can you tell us in Malaysia, what are the best practices adopted by the government of Malaysia as well as the business houses over there? Okay, I think so. We take questions from audience itself. Okay, sure. So, yeah, I think that would be better.
Well, maybe you can think about it. Well, you can direct the question, and by the time the answer comes, maybe then
Okay, sure.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in Malaysia, I think what we do is first we have also the Efficient Energy Act. Means that for all the manufacturing, they have the obligation to reduce the usage of the fossil fuel generated energy. Okay, they need to have a report on how they make the energy use more efficient. For example, they have like green technology, more efficient, less emission of carbon, and so on. As well as, for example, those company also, they can, for example, have their solar panel power generation. For example, in my university, we are also solar power generated. Okay, so and also start from not only from the ministry, okay, but for those large companies. So in those the Bursa Kuala Lumpur or Bursa listed companies, it's an obligation for them to have this sustainability report. They have an annual report card, not only just a normal annual report, but have a sustainability report to report of their achievement on the ESG, on environment, social, and governance. So it is not just as a CSR, stop at that, but on the how their process of the producing the products or services, how they have considered about environment, and in the social side, how they treat their workers, the training, and then take care of the welfare of the workers, as well on the governance side, how they make it more transparent on their reporting. Okay, so that is like look at top level, but the top level they also require that second, third layer of the supplier to do the same, because they have auditing, they have the site visit, so that it is like layer by layer. If you need to have this the consolidated report at the top level, they will also influence their supplier to do so. So beside, of course, normal we have like the Environmental Quality Act, just now the Efficient Energy Act. All these acts are for those to comply, as well as from the Bursa. Those are starting from the major company. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Achintya, what are the best practices you would consider from Sri Lanka that you would like to highlight?
Thank you, Dr. Neha. And I think this is something many of us are grappling with, because why I say that, because the idea is the best practices or inclusive and sustainable business has moved very quickly from theory to real world practice, even in developing countries like Sri Lanka. So when it comes to Sri Lanka, this shift towards an inclusive and sustainable business model, so that has been shaped very strongly by our recent experiences, economic crisis and climate-related shocks. So they clearly showed that growth which is not inclusive and not resilient is also not sustainable in the long run. And that lesson has been widely felt across business community. So one clear way this is taking shape is through strong focus on people and livelihoods. So because businesses realize that their workforce is the most important asset, companies are paying more attention to stable employment, fair wages after those difficult situations the country faced. And also another important aspect is support for small and medium enterprises, because SMEs from the backbone of Sri Lanka, like we identify them as the backbone of Sri Lanka's economy. And there is increasing effort to integrate them into supply chains and export markets, just following the crisis and after IMF reforms. So large and export-oriented firms are working more closely with local suppliers now compared to our recent past. So sustainability extends beyond individual companies. So, and also export market expectations also play a strong role. And this is important to note because many Sri Lanka's businesses operate within global value chains. So those are some of the best practices adopted by the businesses in Sri Lanka currently.
That's very interesting that you're talking about how the business practice, or there's an integration of the practices with the larger goal, and that is coming from the lessons learned in a very hard way in a small country. And you are relating with this instability with why that commitment is. Yes, sir. No, sir. I just wanted to talk a little about... Just be brief, huh? Okay. Okay, so I think because that question would go on for a to several panelists, but I think, sir, I think we should conclude in that case. So.
No, please. I said that you conclude, make your remarks, and give 2 minutes, right?
Okay. Okay, sir. So, yes, so in all the countries in the Asia which are present over here, we are seeing that governments are making some efforts in one or the other way, and especially and trying to integrate the sustainable development goal into their policies, so that and initially, as we saw that these countries are very gradually and very marginally, but progressing in those directions. But the challenges are a lot because two goals may contradict each other, like health, education, poverty, hunger may contradict with the climate change goal. And we still have to find out a solution for that, right? So one of the solution, as Dr. Achintya and even Dr. Irene were talking about the emphasis on the small scale industry that model in some of the countries is adopting, right? I think we need more deliberation on that as we proceed further for that. So may I now request Professor Kundu for the closing remark.
Friends, you'd agree that the last 75 minutes have been a treat for all of us. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
We have very rich experience in the context of the progress that we're making in 5 different countries, if you include India, 6 different countries, towards advancement, towards sustainable development goals. And we couldn't have a better panel than this. In taking advantage of the absence of the Vice Chancellor, and without talking to the conference chair, may I take a unilateral decision, which the American president does every day, to extend the session by 10 minutes, right? I thought this is the last chance. Anybody has any questions to the panelists? You will never get this opportunity again. I see one hand here. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. So my question is, how can Indian Bank align credit appraisal system with SDG goals without increasing risk aversion?
Well, it's a very quick question. Who would like to answer this? Would like any specific panelist to answer this question?
No.
In general?
In general.
Anyone? About yes? Any other hand? Okay.
Okay. From this, the SDG, actually, for example, in terms of Malaysia, we have this the guideline from the central bank, okay, that actually when the bank to approve certain loan, even there is, we call it green financing, okay, means that a special, for those projects related to the reduce the carbon emission, it can be part of the green financing that the interest rate will be lower, okay? And then, of course, for the bank, they will still have to go on this credit evaluation. So that is for company who want to apply for it, you have to get ready your accounting. Means that you should have a project accounting where you have this the sustainability accounting. You should be able to show, okay, how you can achieve. So therefore, the green financing or green bond, okay, there are also some places for green bond, so that the company who are taking on the business or project on the reducing the carbon emission or the RE and so on, renewable energy and so on, they will get better financing terms in terms of the less cost of the borrowing. So therefore, for company who like to get this benefit, they should focus on those the environmental project reducing carbon emission.
Thanks, Professor.
Yeah, maybe.
Sir, my question is to everybody in the panel because there is a group of so many academicians and students who are gathered here. We would like to understand how should management institutes prepare their students to better equip them to handle the sustainability roles that they will have to play in the careers.
Let me take opportunity, okay? So in my school, so we have had different clubs of students, and they are linked off with the community as well. So this is the one point, right? So community engagement, especially through students, right? This is the one thing. And another, as a management institute then, so we have started, involving our students in research, especially for carbon footprint, because Nepal government and ESRM guideline, green taxonomy sort of things have already on the order. So according to that, we are preparing, and we have already started with a sustainable business course integrating environmental, social, and governance. And we have come up across ESG metrics and indicators as well. So that is postgraduate course, right? And then involvement of students in the research work. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I also?
Yes. Hello.
Can I? Okay, sorry. Carry on. Okay.
Okay. In Bangladesh, we have started the national dialogue among the government and the industry and the university to decide what are the areas we need to focus. So by that, the country is deciding to include some of the skill so that university students from the primary level, actually, they can introduce or they can learn the skill which is required for sustainability and in future. Okay, thank you.
Professor Sherry?
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'll just give a very generic point on this, actually link it to the earlier question also. So one thing that we'll have to do when I'm teaching my students, I teach GNH for my MBA students, and there's one of the challenges that comes out is saying, but it is not cost effective. We won't be competitive, and it will go down, and we won't be doing good business. They come up with this kind of issues there. So the first thing that we have to get across is the mindset change. And in this mindset change, there are a couple of other issues also there, but very specifically, we'll talk about the purpose of business. We'll have to look at the purpose of business and look further away than the Milton Friedman's purpose of business. Not just purpose of business, just not to make profit, but it's more than success. Try to define success beyond profit. Purpose should be not look at the short term only and the long term. One of the panelists from Sri Lanka, she said, sustainability is a tool for competitiveness, and that is the issue actually. If you look at that, on the long term, in the short term, it will be the cost. You'll see the cost factor, but in long term, it is a really good competitive advantage. Because how many, if I ask the audience here, how many of you would go for a sustainable product? How many of you will go for a product that really takes care of his employees? How many of you would really go for a product that takes care of the society as a whole? So that is the direction that we'll have to move, and is actually in a long term. If you look at that, it's a risk management strategy also, very important risk management strategy. So this is the direction that we could go. Thank you very much.
Last question, if there is any. Well, I won't really wait then. Can I take 5 minutes, Rakesh? Just to raise one or two issues. What is the point of being a chairman if I can misuse the power, right? You see, one very important slide that was presented by Neha, that is giving the ranking of all these countries in terms of sustainability index. I didn't say sustainability development index, sustainability index, which is prepared under the supervision of Jeffrey Sachs under Sustainable Development Network, which shows for the first time India's rank going up from 112 to 99. We have, come below 99. Our rupee rate is going to be $102, but now this is a happy achievement. Do you know out of these countries which one has the best ranking? Our friend from Sri Lanka should be complimented, 93, right? Your table, if you look at it, I mean, I'm recalling. And all the other countries that we have here represented are in the range of 110 to 90. And there's an improvement over time. That's one good news. Secondly, I will tell you, sustainable development is being measured globally by different methods. You know, there are perceptions, as I said. Keynes had a perception of work of a different type. Now we have a different perception of work. So one is Human Development Index itself is being used as an index of Sustainability Development Index. And a study of UN shows that the overlapping is so much that whatever is the progress in terms of Human Development Index is also contributing to sustainable development, because if you have inclusivity built into it, then sustainability also comes in. Although environmental concerns are not built in Human Development Index that much. But nonetheless, 90% overlap is there, and India in terms of Viksit Bharat is going by basically Human Development indicators, and India's progress in terms of sustainability is similar. This is the second index, that's the Human Development Index itself. But UN, besides the Human Development Index, also brings out a planetary pressure adjusted Human Development Index, where the ecology, the ecological footprints, carbon emissions are taken into consideration. Now, the moment you build this in, our countries, Southeast Asian countries, our figures improve, because our carbon footprint, because consumption expenditure figures in sustainability development is the positive side, because you are consuming more, so that comes in. But in sustainability development index, when UN is adjusting, that comes as a negative factor. You are consuming more of resources. So there you find that our ranking improves. Generally, in terms of Human Development Index, all these 6 countries are in the range of 140 and 120. India is 130 in terms of Human Development Index. Other countries are in the range of that. As I said, Bangladesh is also near 130. But there is a 4th index, which is brought out by University of London, Jason Hickel. That is called Sustainability Development Index. I wanted to say, guess what is the ranking, and I will present it tomorrow. But I'm not a suspense thrill writer that in the next installment I will tell you what happens. Let me tell you. The moment you bring in sustainability development, the carbon emissions and ecological footprints, our countries score much better than United States of America. Please look at Sustainability Development Index of the University of London, which is acclaimed by academics. But this is not a UN's data. It shows India having a rank of 55. Look at the improvement from 130 to 55, because you are bringing in carbon emissions in your consumption basket into the consideration. Bangladesh is somewhere around 56, 57. And do you know what is the rank of Sri Lanka in Sustainability Development Index in the world? It is number 2. So look at the moment we look at it is true that our not consuming more energy, our primary sector based production, which is still remaining there, lower level of technology, is giving us an advantage because our carbon emissions are less. But nonetheless, this is also a parameter to be thought about. So I would tell you the methodology, how these are different methods are calculating, but we can discuss that tomorrow. But I think it's been a very rich experience, learning experience for me, getting such ambassadors of global sustainability, peace and harmony from different countries in one platform. Is a great achievement for LJ University. As far as Irene is concerned, she said we have sometimes good relations, sometimes bad relations. I think she will be an ambassador coming here, going back with the message of peace, communal harmony, democracy and mutual well-being, because I think Asian countries can be stronger only through mutual cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your concluding notes. And as we end the session right now, may I request May I now request our steering committee chairperson, Rakesh Basan Sarji, to do the honor of presenting a memento to our panelists and presenting a certificate of participation to them. So, to Professor Govind Tamang sir. The memento, please. Sir, there is a memento also. To Professor Oyong Huning. Memento, ma'am, please. And to Professor Erin Akhtar, please. Thank you. To our online panelists, unfortunately, we cannot offer you the memento online, but certainly we will be sharing our the certificate and our gratitude to you soon, just once this session is getting over. But thank you very much for joining us. To Professor Kundu, we will have occasion tomorrow to honor him. But thank you very much, sir, for your insightful comment, which wounded up and gave a really interesting meaning to the entire discussion. Thank you very much.
Accidental chairman don't get any
Okay, so we are dispersing now for lunch, and then next is the tracks that will go on in the MBA building, and we gather here by 3:30 for the next keynote speech, which will be by Professor Anish Sugathan from IIMA. He is an ESG expert, and for students aspiring to get a job in corporate sector, it's very, very important for you to understand the ESG framework. So please come and join here, have lunch, and join here by 3:30 for the keynote session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Before we move ahead, I would like to briefly reflect on the enriching sessions we had before lunch. We began our day with inaugural session by our chief guest, Professor Bharat Bhaskar, followed by presidential address by Professor Dinesh Avasthi, Honorable Vice Chancellor of LJ University. This was followed by a very insightful panel discussion on attaining SDGs in South and Southeast Asia. The panel brought together distinguished experts from Nepal, Malaysia, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. The discussion was extremely engaging and rich in diverse perspective. After such a meaningful and thought-provoking session, it is truly a privilege to move ahead. Now, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Professor Anish Sagadan sir from IIM Ahmedabad. Sir, we are honored to have you here with us today, and as a token of gratitude and respect, we warm welcome you with a Tulsi pot. Now, I would like to request Professor Dinesh Avasthi, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir of LJ University, to kindly facilitate Professor Anish Sugathan with a Tulsi pot. Now I would like to request Basant sir and Anish sir to stay here on a dais. Professor Anish Sugathan from IIM Ahmedabad. He is a faculty member in the area of strategy at IIM Ahmedabad and also the co-chairperson of a Dugal ESG Center of Research and Innovation at IIM Ahmedabad. Professor Sugathan has a rich academic and policy background. He is a research affiliate at International Growth Center, London School of Economics, and has previously worked with the Harvard Kennedy School Center of Business and Government. He is also a member of expert committee appointed by Honorable National Green Tribunal of India and the Sectional Committee of Sustainable Finance of Bureau of Indian Standards. In addition, he served as an independent director on the board of UGVCL, Government of Gujarat, and advises several startups in the area of energy, technology, and smart governance. His research focus on governance, sustainability, and corporate responsibilities in emerging economies, especially India. His work has been published in reputed international journal and featured in national and international dailies. He has received several prestigious fellowships, including from Harvard University, Princeton University, and his current research is supported by BP UK, UC Berkeley, and Google. We are honored to have you, sir. We are honored to have Professor Anish Sugathan, sir, with us today and look forward for your valuable insights, sir. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Further, I would like to introduce Rakesh Pathan, sir, the eminent economist and the former IIM professor. Vivid experience in areas, JSW chairperson of innovation and public policy, and consultant with World Bank and Sachar committee. And his contribution is vivid in the area of education, especially for the Muslims, and the research has been acclaimed very well. We welcome you, sir, too.
Thank you very much. I will request Anish to give his keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dinesh, Professor Siddharth, Professor Basant, Professor Neha, all fellow professors over here, and students, fellow researchers who have gathered here from around the world. First and foremost, my heartfelt congratulations to the team at LJ University for organizing this conference. I see fantastic participation from scholars around the world. I also see enthusiastic participation from students. At least in this room, I can see a good deal of participation. So, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be able to address this conference as a keynote speaker. So when I got the invitation, I had a brief email exchange with Professor Neha and Professor Basant, and I asked them, what should be the topic of discussion? Over the phone, Professor Basant said that since you work in the area of sustainability and management, why don't you do something around that? What are the emerging areas of research? What is the emerging area of practice? What is interesting that is happening in sustainability research, sustainability and management research that we can talk about? So then that got me thinking, कि क्या बोल सकते हैं? Is it a research conference? Should I talk about, some advanced methods that is happening? A lot of interesting things are happening. Should I talk about what is happening in the field of practice? How corporates are looking at sustainability? Or should I talk about what is happening in the field of education of sustainability? Or should I talk about politics and geopolitics? Because that is the hot favorite. A lot of interesting things are happening, a lot of turbulence is happening around the world. Then I thought, can I think of something completely different? Think about a more deeper existential philosophical question about the nature of existence itself, which starts with the question of why do we exist as human beings? What is the purpose of living? How should we be living? How should we be living as a question? Because the question of sustainability is about being able to survive to our fullest, to as much as possible, not just we as individuals, but we collectively as a civilization. And from there, I want to, start building up a narrative, a story of where management theory and thinking could take us to. So that is my broad setting or broad idea of sustainability and management. So let me start with a very interesting concept. Can I have the slides, please? Yeah. A very interesting concept called the geological era. If you look at the entire history of the Earth as a planet at a geological scale, you must have heard of different epochs. You must have heard of the Ice Age, the Dinosaurs Age, and so on and so forth. So currently, the era in which we are living is called the Holocene. This started around 11,000 years ago. Before that, the era is called the Pleistocene. That was the Ice Age. That lasted around from 11 million to the last 11,000 years. So a couple of million years long. So when we say we are living in, when we are living in this Holocene, what is Holocene all about? What happens in this Holocene? So Holocene is all about a lot of glacial movements. Like the last era, there was an ice age. So this era is about a lot of geological changes that are happening. And when people started talking about Holocene, around 1997, a famous Nobel laureate chemist, while Holocene was being discussed, he stood up in a meeting like this, in a conference like this, and said, you know what, Holocene is done, Holocene is dead. We are no longer in Holocene. We are in Anthropocene. So what is Anthropocene? Anthropos comes from anthropos as in human beings. Anthropocene means the geological structure of Earth, the planet, is shaped not by geological factors alone, but by humans and our activity. Today, we have grown in such huge numbers, such huge influence, that we tiny human beings, when put together as 7 billion people, we are able to change the geological planetary scale variables. We are able to change the temperature of the planet. We are able to change the chemical composition of the planet. We are able to change the weather patterns of our planet. If you think about it, that's pretty huge. Therefore, it makes sense to call this era as the Anthropocene era. Slides are still loading, but I already introduced you to the concept of Anthropocene. Thank you so much. If you press Control L, it will become... Oh, you have to open it in Adobe separately. Ah, okay. All right. If you open it in the... इसमें ही open नहीं होगा? All you have to do is open in a folder, double click in Adobe. So, Adobe, yes. Adobe and then press Control L. Yeah, choose another app. No, choose another app. अच्छा, Adobe नहीं है. So I think Microsoft Edge is also good. Yeah. Yes. That's it. And go control full screen maybe. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. So I think you have good computer tech skills also being taught at the university. Thank you so much. So yeah, so Anthropocene is quite interesting. So it is interesting because, if you, next slide please. Yeah, so it was actually Paul Crutzen who came up with this, cry that we no longer live in Holocene, we live in Anthropocene. Okay, the next slide please. So what is interesting about Anthropocene is the scale at which our activity is influencing the planet at large. So around 1950, if you start looking at the discussions around the term called sustainability started appearing, which was a reflection, which was actually a reaction to the troubles that we have created for ourselves. We started, facing major industrial catastrophes like the Bhopal gas incident, Chernobyl, and so on and so forth. So what you see on the graph is actually the mention of the term sustainable and sustainability in Google's repository. So around 1980 is the time when, as a global community, we started having this discussion about sustainability. So when we started having this discussion about sustainability, it's a reaction that the way we are doing things, it's not sustainable. It is as if though, imagine your monthly salary is, let's say, 1 lakh rupees, okay, and you've been spending every month, but one fine day, your CA comes to you when you're doing your taxes and you do all your calculation, and you find out that your monthly expenses when you add up is 1.5 lakh rupees, right? You are earning 1 lakh rupees, but you're spending 1.5 lakh rupees. It will become immediately apparent to you that, hold on, this is not sustainable. I'm not going to live like that. So that realization happened to humanity around 1980s. Hold on, we are spending far too much beyond the budget that was allocated to us. So then this question came, what can we do so that we sustain? Okay, next slide, please. So if you look at some of the socio-economic variables, so this is a very interesting paper. It's called The Great Acceleration. So if you start looking at various variables, let's say population, GDP growth, energy use, FDI, paper use, transportation, telecommunication, you'll see something very interesting. You'll see that around 1950, there is an exponential rise in everything. Okay, so all our human activity, socioeconomic activity, started exploding around 50 onwards. That is a time when we started earning 1 lakh rupees and start spending 1.5, 2 lakh rupees. Okay, and you can start, please come to the next slide. You can see that the effects of that human activity, what is called the great acceleration, reflecting on the natural ecosystem. So if you look at the Earth's various parameters, carbon dioxide, that also is exploding. Nitrous oxide exploding. Surface temperature exploding. What about fish capture, tropical forest loss exploding, acidification of oceans again exploding. So what is happening is we are consuming more and more from the planet, and all these planetary variables, they are getting out of proportion. They are out of balance. They are no longer in balance as it used to be. And therefore, this era is called Anthropocene. Human beings, sculpting and transforming the way the planet is. Now this has consequences. Next slide, please. So what are the consequences? If we continue to do this, 1.5 lakh rupees spending with 1 lakh rupee earning, you know that after some time, your credit card is going to be maxed out. You'll get a call from your bank that you are spending, it is going to be cancelled. So we can also do the same math. So, economists and geologists all came together and started doing the math, कि हमारा खर्चा पानी कब तक चलेगा. Okay, so this point is called the tipping point. That is, if you continue to do this in a matter of couple of decades, in a matter of 50 years, Earth will go beyond irredeemable point of recovery. So right now, if we spend less and less, maybe we can bring back the Earth's changing variables, make it more benign. But if you continue to do that, after some time, your credit card is going to be cancelled. Okay, so people realize that it looks like credit card is going to be cancelled. So we should all come together, discuss, and see how to reduce our spending. Next slide, please. This also started reflecting in extreme climatic events. So while we are abusing the Earth, Earth starts responding back. It starts responding back with frequent floods, heat waves, hurricanes, and all manners of natural calamities. So what this shows you is actually on the x-axis, the nature of the planet when it was, let's say, around 1950, if the number of extreme event was 1, let's say flash flood was 1 every year, once every 10 years, extreme rainstorm, let's say once every 10 year, drought once every 10 year. As you increase the temperature, you'll start seeing these events every year. So today, if you open up a newspaper, every year, summer, you will have a heat wave, extreme heat wave incident. During monsoon, inevitably, you will see flash floods, landslides, major loss of life. During winters, Now we have created another problem called air pollution. Air pollution will be all around the country that you can see. So a flash flood which used to happen once in 10 years, that you would see once in 10 years, today we see that every year. Okay? And if we continue to do this, you'll see many more events happening much more frequently. Next slide, please. So how the earth has reacted back, it has reacted back with climate change. Temperature is increasing, you will have extreme floods, you will have extreme weather events, you will have hurricanes and damages. Second, we also see enormous environmental degradation, which is the quality of life itself. I mean, floods happen once in a while, but what about the regular day-to-day life? Okay, so that also starts degrading. Air quality is one such variable that you can think of straight away. Third is resource scarcity. Resources which we thought will never end are now being fought over. Let's say potable drinking water is one example. Wars are already being waged between countries on water and other resources. So that is also becoming less and less. And the next slide, please. Next one. So, क्या कर सकते हैं? Okay. As I said, people started thinking about what are the solutions to this, and how can we solve this problem of overspending. What happens when people, it's a collective spending pool, everybody is spending, and we want to reduce the overall spending. It becomes difficult unless everybody agrees to reduce their spending. So it becomes a collective action problem. And it's not a collective action problem at a family level. If it is your family budget, each one of us can reduce our spending, and that will bring the household budget in order. But it is it's not even a national spending problem. It's an international collective action problem. And we are not able to solve it. So we've been sort of trying to solve this issue for over 2 decades now, and nothing has happened much. People are, making 2 steps forward and then taking, 5 steps backward, which has given a sense of inevitability. ऐसा लग रहा है कि credit card अब decline हो ही जाएगा. Okay, there is an inevitability that is seen. So an interesting essay happened. Interesting essay was written in New York Times around 10 years ago. It was titled "How to Die in the Anthropocene." So it's a very interesting question. Why it is an interesting question? The article argues, Plato says that philosophizing, the art of philosophizing is to learn to die. Now, it's not a negative view. It is saying that accepting the inevitability of life, accepting the things you cannot change, the serenity prayer, give me the courage to make changes to things which I can change. Give me the courage to change things which I can, which I can change. Give me the courage to accept the things which I cannot change, and give me the wisdom to know the difference. Okay. So what was pointed out was that the Anthropocene creates a civilizational collapse question. It's not about facing inevitability of death as an individual, but how do we face collectively this huge collapse, potential collapse of civilization that we are seeing, and we are not able to do anything about it. Okay? So how do we accept that? And how do we live with this acceptance that the future is going to be not as friendly as it was in the past? What if it's going to be more and more rains, more and more floods, more and more disasters, and if it becomes a part of life? So how do you accept all these disasters as a part of life and continue to live? So that philosophy is something that would guide us in the Anthropocene. So that was what was, written there. Essentially, we have to live with a poorer quality of life when we think about the future, think about our future generations. So that was the article. When I read this article, it sounded very somber, it sounded very depressing. then I thought maybe we should have a different philosophy also. And next slide, please. So the next slide, please. What would be a philosophy of living in such a scenario, in such an Anthropocene, where things are going to be more and more difficult? Okay, how do you contemplate life? What do you look at life? Next slide, please. And so the topic that I wanted to focus on is how to learn to live in Anthropocene. Okay, so this has consequences. And this has consequences not just for us individuals, but also for businesses, for governments, for policymakers, and everyone. So this is this is going to be the focus of the rest of the talk. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next one. So how do we do this? We are researchers, so we start looking at how much of damage is already happening. You need some data, you need some evidence to build up an argument of how the future disasters are affecting us currently. So we started simply looking at India, that's our country, and started looking at how businesses are distributed across the country. So what you see on the map, every single dot is a factory or establishment. So it's over 60,000 dots that you're able to see, and we identified these establishments by different sectors in which they are operating. So second, next slide, please. Second, we also looked at all the major floods that have happened in the country in the past, and what is the flood vulnerability of different parts of the country. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what we did was a simple evidence collection exercise. We mapped every location of a factory with every flood event. And then we looked at what happens to a factory's production, its revenues, its costs, its employment, wages after the flood hits. And then we sort of did that in an econometrically clean way, so that for every affected factory we had a control. So it is a controlled sample. And then we found these very interesting graphs. So what you see, for instance, on the top left-hand side is the total asset of an average company that is hit by a major flood. The x-axis, it's minus 10 years and plus 10 years. So what you see is that after a flood happens, a flood happens, the asset declines, the total asset declines, and it stays low. It takes around 10 years for a company to rebuild and come back. Okay, so it goes down, stays down for 10 years, and then comes down. Number of employees again goes down, bottoms out by around 7 years, and then comes out. Fixed assets, that is what I would expect would be going down. The total number of employment, that goes down, and at least the 10 years that we have seen, it stays down. So what is interesting is that when you're talking about how do you live in an Anthropocene where disasters are going to be more and more frequent, if we are going to get these kind of floods again and again, and if after every single flood, the impact that it has on your business is going to sustain for another 10, 20 years, it's a serious problem. We need to think about how do you build the ability to not just survive, but how do you build the ability to bounce back? Okay, so the next slide, please. So we did this for the entire country, and we found that the total assets, they go down by almost 40%. The value of assets go down by 40%, and employment goes down by as much as 50%. Okay, next slide, please. So what we see is like, one, Anthropocene, more extreme events. Flood is only one example, and it's going to impact your business directly. So this is based on past 30 years of data that I just seen. So in India, we have faced all this. Every single flood leads to damages. Now the damages not just are temporary, it stays for over 10 years. Okay, and that is a major point of reflection about how to live in a world where damages can keep you down for 10 years. Okay, next slide, please. And therefore, sort of, I feel as a scholar that we should start thinking about not just organizational survival or increasing your, operating profits in the short run. We should start thinking more carefully about how to build resilience. How do you build the ability to bounce back after a disaster is hit? Next slide, please. So we started looking at these companies. We started looking them by the ones which are able to bounce back quickly versus the ones which are staying low. It is again something similar to our individual philosophy. When we are hit with bad times, sometimes it takes longer for us to bounce back. Sometimes we are able to bounce back quickly, right? And it has something to do with both our internal philosophy, our ability to manage stress, and of course the external ecosystem, that the support system that we rely on. So for companies also, what we see is that not all companies are identical when it comes to their ability to bounce back. Some are able to bounce back quickly, whereas some take a long time to bounce back. Okay, and for instance, I'm just giving an example. The companies with high resilience on the top, there is a dip, but they quickly bounce back. Low resilience goes deeper, and they stay low for a longer time. It takes time for them to come out of the depression that they're going through. Next. So then we started investigating deeper. What is it that gives these companies resilience? Why are they able to, how are they able to bounce back? And an interesting observation that we found was it has a very negative correlation with efficiency. Okay, and this is where it is interesting. It takes costs, it takes investments, it takes buffers and redundancy to build resilience. So if you have a supply chain which is super optimized, okay, it is only one single supplier, you have increased your efficiency, everything is perfectly balanced. So in a perfectly balanced system with no buffer, no extra redundancy, the smallest shock will break it apart. So efficiency of the organization and its resilience, we saw, has an inverse relationship. It is something like, the fat under our own skin. So evolution has given us some fat as a buffer to survive in case of a emergency, right? In today's world, we don't see that kind of shortage of food. So we never go through that emergency, that kind of a disaster. So we can sort of afford to work out and diet and keep ourselves ultra thin. But imagine if a major disaster hits, who will survive? People who are keeping some buffer under their skin, yeah, they can survive longer. It's an evolutionary buffer. Same argument applies to organizations. Organizations which have become hyper lean, size zero, very completely lean on operations and people and investments and everything, they'll do good profits, but they are also very fragile. Okay, so fragility and resilience go against each other. Next one. Yeah. Yeah, we started sort of looking at the subsequent reasons and basis of different ways in which people bounce back. Okay, so there is one is some companies go down very fast, very deep, but they come back very quickly. So it's a question of absorption, how much buffer you have, recovery, and diversification. So we see that the absorption and recovery are two different things. It doesn't matter how deep you are down. The ability to bounce back is a separate question altogether. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So what we saw, I'm simplifying this. This is again based on initial analysis. Companies in different sectors, okay, they need different type of resilience strategies. Just for an example, a company that is capital intensive, that has factories and plants all around, their point of vulnerability is the infrastructure. Okay, and if they want to be resilient, their strategy is geographical diversity, diversifying their location, because there is no way you can protect a physical asset from a hard, a climatic event. Whereas if it's a labor-intensive industry and labor protection, cross-training, remote work options, the ability for people to move around and work in different formats and ways, that gives them resilience. I mean, we saw that the hard way when COVID hit. Yeah. Similarly, supply chain dependence. And supply chain is something which has become very relevant in the last 10 years thanks to President Trump and the tariff shocks that has reverberated around the world. Countries today, countries are quickly pivoting back and reorganizing their supply chains. You saw like a series of trade agreements being signed in the last 10 months to 12 months. All are building resilience, because we earlier lived in a world where we had hyper-optimized these relationships with one country. It was good profit, good efficiency, but when the shock hit, we had to quickly, reconfigure our supply chain. Again, last is knowledge-intensive tech consulting companies. The key strategy is to protect capabilities, which is knowledge management. How do you store this key information? How much it is codified? How much it is institutionalized? How much can be recovered? You have these, redundant storage. Imagine you're a bank. Imagine you have all your transactions stored in a server. What happens if that server is hit with a flood? Your business is in trouble. So how all your critical knowledge assets and intellectual property is stored and protected across vulnerabilities, that kind of becomes your resilience strategy. Next slide, please. So how do you live? This is another interesting insight that we found. With this, I will. What we see is that there is also a difference in the learning capacity. So companies which are located in more disaster-prone areas, they have also learned the trick of how to bounce back quick. It seems like people who have to live a hard life, they build up strong will to live. So similarly, companies who have been surviving in disaster-prone areas also have learned the art, the philosophy of living with disasters. Okay, so there is a knowledge of learning capacity. So there is a difference in learning capacity. The idea is that, if you see the three lines, there are three kind of responses which companies do. One is you go back and then you are not able to fully recover. You never fully recover from that big shock. Third, the red is, you had a hard time in life. You go down, then you recover back. And the third one is the blue line, which is a disaster strikes you, and then you come back and come out as stronger and more powerful than what you were. Okay, and there are companies which are able to do that. And I want to focus on that ability to bounce back and emerge stronger than before as a philosophy of living in this Anthropocene, as a management practice mantra that we could focus on. What are those capabilities that we should all learn? If there are few companies which have learned this art of bouncing back, probably we should learn from them, and all of us should learn. Every company, every CEO should learn those key capabilities of bouncing back. Next slide, please. Yeah, so Nassim Taleb has, not in the context of management, but in the context of individuals, he talks about anti-fragile, which is fragile is disaster hits, you break down. Robust is disaster hits, nothing happens to you. Anti-fragile is disaster hits, you bounce back stronger. You become, every single superhero story, if you see, the story arc goes like that, right? Spider-Man has to lose his uncle to become Spider-Man. Yeah, that's a cliched storyline. So it's about the anti-fragile character, the anti-fragile philosophy, can we take that back to our organizations too? So what I'm going to argue is that maybe that could be a philosophy of management for organizations to look forward to in the future, to become anti-fragile. Think of that as a management mantra going forward. Next one. Next one. Next one. Yeah, I hate to go down reading points because all of you are smart enough to read those points. But if you want to take away a message from this talk, so there are two ways to look at the world in the Anthropocene. One is to accept the inevitability of whatever is happening. It is happening. Some of it we can change, but a lot of it we cannot change. So you can accept it. And there is going to be tough times ahead. You know, the tariff war that is going on is a tough time. It's not going to end anytime soon. Geopolitically speaking, we are living in a, the end of unipolar world has already happened. We are living in the emergence of a multipolar world, and multipolar world usually experiences an era of intense, sometimes violent battles and wars for establishing dominance. So we are going through that phase. So there is going to be many more disasters, not just climatic disaster, but also geopolitical difficulties that is going to come. And in this era of turbulence, it is perhaps useful to think of developing resilience and anti-fragility beyond robustness as a philosophy of management. Yeah. So with that, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a philosophical session. Now, I would like to request Professor Rakesh Basan, sir, to conclude the session and take it forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Anish, for this fascinating talk, from philosophy to empirics to some lessons from dynamic capabilities in evolutionary theory of the firm. Moving from static routines to dynamic routines. It's a very interesting session. I'm sure there will be questions. So please raise your hand and ask your questions if you have any. I think there are volunteers with mics. Mike? I think they're recording, so.
There is a student also there. But of course, ma'am, you can.
Sir, you said that resilience and efficiency are inverse, right? So if I talk about traditionally, companies have always focused on efficiency, because efficiency leads to more profits, right? So how will now the companies will adjust or adapt themselves to be resilient and sustainable?
Thank you for asking this question. It's good that you're making good profits. Making profits is not the issue at all. The issue is, what are you doing with that profits? Are you investing in keeping yourself healthy, or are you investing in sort of something else? So companies usually respond reactively to disasters, or especially in this case, people are just waking up to disasters. And slowly some of those practices and routines which Rakesh just mentioned are now becoming part of the standard operating procedures. For example, having a redundant supply chain, evaluating your physical location from a climate risk perspective, physical risk perspective. All those elements are now becoming part of the standard operating procedure. So from your academic discussions and empirical analysis, it is come down to the boardrooms. And it is coming to the boardrooms through, at least I can see, two different channels. One is investors are looking at asset physical risk as a real risk. And they are raising this question. So should I adjust the stock price of your company because your facilities are located in vulnerable locations? So if it is located in vulnerable locations, your stock price actually goes down. So directly from the investor perspective, I mean, it's a matter of your, the risk of your asset. So if your asset is riskier, its value goes down. And once that is happening, management is like forced to think through. Second is, the risk is also looked at by the debtors, the other channel. So insurance companies are increasingly sort of looking at, general insurance companies are looking at these physical assets through a new set of underwriting formulas. The existing underwriting formulas, they do not fully incorporate the climate physical risk. So through these two channels, slowly it is coming to boardrooms, it is becoming part of the SOPs, and once it becomes part of the SOP, some part of the profit gets diverted into investments to build resilience. So that is happening. Thank you so much.
Hello, sir. So my question is, what role should regulation and financial institutions play in encouraging firms to invest in resilience rather than short-term efficiency?
So what can institutional actors outside of the private sector should do? I will connect the response to this directly to the previous answer. So the way in which we want companies to respond, the most efficient, or at least the economic theory would say would be the efficient way is if you allow the markets to respond to the underlying risk. Okay? And that would happen when there is greater transparency and visibility. So you would have heard about this term ESG reporting, environmental, social, and governance reporting. So that movement started as a movement of better reporting. So reporting not just your financials, but also reporting all other non-financials that can have a risk, that can reveal information about risk. So this is one of the mechanisms through which banks, regulators can, like in India we have now, SEBI has mandated BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting Standards, which mandates that the top 1,000, 2,000 companies have to disclose these additional information. So information disclosure and transparency, once you mandate that, market becomes more aware. So then I will respond and say, oh, this company has greater risk, so I will reduce my exposure to that company. And then, a respective company will respond adequately on their own. So this is one channel which the mainstream economic theory would say is a good way to, enhance resilience distributed through market forces. Another area is where market may not work at all. The cycles of information dissemination, acquisition, and the investors' reaction cycles are very long. So it might take, let's say, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years for this information to be fully, brought out into the market. In such cases, the regulator has a responsibility to act, preemptively, proactively, and take an action, just in the interest of the overall, system. Any example that comes to my mind? I mean, if you look at most strong regulations, let's say even things like RBI, for instance. RBI has now mandated the banks to look at climate risk, incorporate the climate risk in their lending rates. So commercial lending rates they have, and it is mandated. If without that mandate, lending rate might take a while to incorporate. So by incorporating it upfront, you're reducing the systemic risk. So these are the, I would say, information as much as possible, and wherever markets are slow to respond, they can sort of have a hard command and control regulation in place. Thank you.
Professor Anish, it was a great session. Starting to interact with you, I was definitely sure you won't disappoint, and you never disappointed. It was a great discussion. And just one thing crosses my mind, so I just wanted an answer on this one. If I ask you that is Anthropocene an outcome of men trying to dominate the planet, Earth? So what do you think? Is it correct that we are trying to dominate the planet?
So, it's quite interesting, actually. Whether it is a domination for the sake of domination, or domination that is coming out as a secondary characterization of business as usual, survival as usual, I am not sure. So, in most, for instance, there are companies which, in the extractive industries, and companies which are not very much liked by many people because of what they do, right? And if you look at it from an outside perspective, it would appear as if though, oh, these are like trying to dominate over the natural resources. But if you go and talk to the individuals, the leaders, the entrepreneurs who are doing this, they may not actually appear at all domineering or dominating. They would appear to be very humble, and they say that, we are just doing this, and we know the problems, we are trying to figure it out. There are many individuals who are very earnest about it, right? So to some extent, I believe that it's a natural consequence of the greater incentive mechanism and systems within which we are stuck, right? And we are responding to those incentives. In fact, these are not my thoughts, but even in one of the well-known analytical critiques of capital system, Das Kapital, which Marx wrote, he had this very interesting quote. He said that, imagine an alien were to look at human beings doing all this that we are doing. From an inside, it looks like somebody is domineering, somebody is suppressing, somebody is doing this and that. It would appear as if though that all of them are acting it out. Like nobody is in charge, nobody is in control. It will feel like as if though we are being, controlled by supernormal forces, right? So there is an element of inevitability and embeddedness from the system perspective, which I feel is more real than individuals trying to act out of malice and malfeasance. That's how I feel. There are definitely individuals who have malice and malfeasance, no doubt. But as a generic statement, it seems like we are in it, and this is how we would respond.
Okay. Now, the second part of my query was that, as you mentioned in your session, that years ago, a chemist jumped up in one of the sessions and said that the era has changed. So I myself am a chemistry dropout, so probably I'll take a cue out of it and say that if you would have to jump up and say that Anthropocene ends and there's something new, so what's next?
So it's an interesting question. And somehow I had given it a thought.
I was very sure you would have thought about it. That's the question.
I feel that, when the last major, the so-called the Copernican revolution, it happened when Copernicus came out with this observation that Earth is not at the center of the universe. We are just one of the planets. So in a way, what we call anthropocentrism, at that point in time, we thought we are the chosen kids, children of God, specially created, and we are basically the reflection of God, the most important species on this planet. We realized that that's not true. the Copernican revolution happened, Earth was sidelined. We figured out there are many other planetary bodies. We are not really that important. For the Earth, for the universe, nothing. But still today, as far as our intellectual cognitive primacy is concerned, we still feel that as a species, we are the most important species because we have sentience. We can think, we have conscience. I feel that Copernican revolution is right around the corner, when we will feel that maybe we are not very special even on those terms. Maybe having a consciousness, conscience, sentience is another material thing. Maybe when you see conscience emerging in silicon, in silico, then which we are able, we are seeing this, it looks like we are around the corner. It might happen. People might argue about it, but I feel it is around the corner. And once that happens, we've lost even that. We are not even, from a conscious perspective, we are the center of our civilization and all that. So I think then evolution would take it to the next level. I don't know what will happen, but I feel Anthropocene is gone. I feel already we are in maybe Silicocene or something like that.
But how does that define our relationship with the planet, which obviously is affected? So doesn't the new era, if we're talking of sustainability, let us say connected with Anthropocene, that means our actions influencing Earth and subsequent the calamities that are happening. So if there's a new era and we want to maybe refine things, make things better, which means that this entire thing has to be two-way. Maybe some of our actions, they need to probably keep Mother Earth into loop and factor in the whole requirement if we want the survival to happen. So do you think, sir, this kind of era could come in the future where probably we are more sensitive to the requirements of the Earth? That is what those so-called climate specialists tend to say, that have a model of coexistence. So you think, is that era going to maybe come post-Anthropocene?
Yeah. So, climate change actually matters only for us. This, temperature, beautiful temperature in which we can survive, only matters from a perspective of human beings. But for, the planet at large, the biosphere at large, none of that matters. There is biota, that fauna and, flora that survives subarctic and above 50 degrees also, right? So climate change is a human problem. It is not a planet's problem at all. Planet doesn't care. So if, let's say in the future, something else comes up. So climate change is a problem as long as we are in charge. We feel that we are in charge, we own the place, and temperature should be set as per my comfort level. The way when, usually when my father enters, he will change. Bhale mujhe garmi lag rahi hai, but he will say ki nahi, he's in charge of the room now. We feel that humans are in charge of the planet now. What if we are not? And that is what I'm saying. Maybe we are, not. The kind of intelligence that we see evolving in silico, it may be similar to, the difference may be as similar as, when we look at, let's say, an animal, let's say a pet dog. We look at it from a degree of, intellectual difference. It seems like the in silico intelligence would look at us with the same distance. And then we can't even fathom, who is in charge. And I don't think for silicon, climate change matters at all. So, these are again, we are sort of dwelling in or speculating in futuristic or futurism talk. But yeah, this is one line of thinking which I find particularly disturbing and not able to shake it off.
Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Rakesh, can I have my take?
Yeah, please.
Very interesting thesis which you have floated, Anish. Let me understand if I have understood correctly. You said that after every disaster, enterprises bounce back, and time frame is something 10 years or something? See, my take is, when you talk of disasters, you are very narrowly defining them to climate related or natural disasters. But economic disasters may not be only man-made, only natural, they could be man-made. For example, you talk of Chernobyl or you talk of Hiroshima and
gas.
Nagasaki, or these are man-made political disasters. Then there are disasters where policy-led disasters, like demonetization, let us take one. Now, every disaster will have different time frame and every disaster will have different mode of recovery and the speed of recovery. So, I just wanted to know that how for your take is universal or it is very specific to natural disasters?
So, thank you, Professor Dinesh, for the question. So, what I showed was a very narrow, like you rightly said, result of an empirical study. It was a research study, and we wanted to look at the most common form of climate-led natural disaster, which is a flash flood or extreme floods. And like all research projects, the impact is very narrowly defined. The effect is also narrowly defined. But then we felt that we are able to make some statements which are generalizable. So typical physical risk which facilities incur of this nature, climate nature, leads to 4 different type of responses. Some companies never bounce back. They just go down and, end of it. Some of them take a long time. For the floods that we show, that is the average recovery time for India for an average extreme flood. So that is the, the caveat. And very few among them are able to, bounce beyond the previous thing. When it comes to other man-made disasters, I mean, you just gave an example, let's say demonetization. The initial estimates, I believe, was that it will have a 2% impact on the next year. But if you start looking at, from that point onwards, I don't think we have fully recovered yet. If you just look at the, the way it is kind of has a long tail effect. And maybe we have gone into a completely different trajectory altogether because of, such a thing happening. And it's not a company, we are talking about a country at large, an economy at large with so much, complexities and all that. So, I will be very sort of cautious and careful to extrapolate the observations from here beyond that, few narrow buckets to which it is applicable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a thought-provoking session. You have touched upon humanitarian approach, and my question is really linked with that, wherein you have shown how human beings are bouncing back. Here, organization has different set of people. Internal stakeholders are involved, external stakeholders are involved. So mainly you are relying on internal and external entities for bouncing back. How to stay motivated, how to stay encouraged when you are depending on too many stakeholders, and how they will be, how can you predict that they will be always constructive, always positive, always encouraged for your development? How we can put together different set of organizations or different set of stakeholders together, and to what extent we are thinking that we will be, we are positive, we may have a constructive outcome, we will bounce back. To what extent we can stay positive, and how we can motivate others to be staying positive,
The answer to this question can go in two directions, I feel. One is a direction of Sadhguru and Baba Log, where I can talk about spiritual enlightenment and everything else. The other direction I feel, which I would prefer to take, would be the philosophy of existentialism and life itself, especially life in difficulties. And how do people and communities that have to endure difficulties on a more frequent basis what kind of ethos those individuals and communities develop. Okay, and I would like to sort of start learning from such communities. One example that I can think of is probably the Japanese community. It's a very small island, no resources, very less resources. But what is interesting is, any natural disaster that we can think of, they have it. Floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, tsunamis, anything that you can think of, they have it. And not just they have it in abundance. Okay, so that is a very interesting society which has lived over centuries through these kind of disasters. Now it is interesting, what is the ethos of a Japanese community that has developed this? So if you go and live there for even a short duration, many of their practices will appear very different and surprising. And I feel that many of those are a response to resilience. I'll highlight a few things. For instance, they have this very strong warrior ethics. So if you go and talk to many of them, and especially talk about loss and death, how do they sort of look at loss and death? They look at it with a kind of dispassionate event. Like, yeah, this happened and it happened. And you won't even see any kind of expression, change in expression. You can also see many of the Japanese anime characters, right? And their story arc, how it evolves, and it shows some of those values. So there is this interesting anime which was very popular called Kimetsu no Yaiba, the Demon Hunter, quite popular. So there is one warrior, Rengak-san, the orange-colored fire samurai. Yes, he eats a lot. He likes to eat a lot. Okay, and he eats a good plate full, and he completely enjoys. He's always happy, and his motto is, So this comes from their family ethos. They come from a warrior family, and because any member of the family can be called for a battle anytime, okay, which means, and you will never return back. You will probably die. So their family ethos is every meal that you eat as if though that is your last meal. And then how would you eat that meal? So he eats like properly, enjoys that moment, and then it could be his last meal. I mean, for him it's literally true. Now you see that kind of ethos embedded in multiple parts of the society. There is a lot of camaraderie in the society. People watch out for each other a lot, and they have like a sense of community which is greater than self. The quote that that comes to my mind is, they think of private sufficiency and public prosperity. It's like embedded. Whereas in many other societies we think about private prosperity and public sufficiency. So I want a beautiful park and everything else inside my house. Outside में बस जैसा है मतलब survival होना चाहिए. They think the other way around. So if you walk out of, their houses will be small, sufficient for a person to live. But you walk out of their homes, the public parks are like beautiful, right? And that has, I think, some of those values I feel, if we imbibe them, difficult because as a society we've been living in this, beautiful weather, hardly any problems. I mean, if you talk in terms of, the weather and climate and everything else, India is a blessed continent. That is what makes us, we can sit, we can write poetry and stories and everything else. The lesser fortunate communities, they have developed these ethos. Similar ethos you see in the Nordic, where, they constantly face extreme weather climate. So some of those life philosophies, I believe, if we at the individual level, if we adopt, could keep us more positive, and we'll become more resilient to whatever disaster comes.
Sir, so we can consider it as action or reaction rather than reaction and action.
Yeah.
So reaction ke basis pe we are taking actions.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Sir, I recently read a book by Yuval Harari, and in that there was a mention of Anthropocene. But the angle was about
Sapient or sapient?
the Nexus.
Nexus.
Nexus, the latest one. So it was like that we humans are like far beyond wars and all, but we have control over diseases, plagues, and all. So the take was that working towards that fragility part of humans. Okay, so in that organization, when you said that we need to work on the philosophy, the anti-fragility. So basically, making the humans superhuman. So let's say I'm a human, I am fragile in some cases. If my hand is cut, I can die. That can be replaced by a cyborg hands and everything. So I can survive longer, right? So don't you think now, based on this strategy, there should be instead of human rights, there should be more narrower version of it called anti-fragility or fragile acts according to each and every section. So organization, when facing any disaster, will have a layer of people in there having different level of fragility in them and catering to that. So instead of human as a whole, now the fragility act should be worked on. So I guess he has a wonderful take about taking the humans to the next level, that we live 100 years, 200 years, not worrying about death, so we can take it slow. We can have 10 years with us, get back again, not an issue. And everybody has the space because we only have one life. So everybody, if they want to earn efficiency, they'll work harder. They want that, okay, make me more and more money. So the capitalism gains. So this is how it works. So don't you think that anti-fragility should be, a case that can be, in any of the strategy that we can add?
No, we can, and also I don't want to sort of, come out as a normative diktat. Everybody become anti-fragile. That's not the idea. What I'm thinking is, given these kind of disasters, anti-fragility or such behaviors would naturally come out as a preferred behavior by many layers of the organization, simply from a survival angle, and also from other stakeholders. They will demand that you become resilient. Otherwise, they will sort of
So I mean, as an act of this, can't we have it as in a culture that preemptive measures, not like waiting for a survival to happen, because we know a flood has happened. But we still not learned from it. We're waiting for another survival and then we'll survive. So possibly thinking as a risk assessment while getting into it, possibly.
But I don't know, that is also the part of human condition, Hum log, that is how we are, we move from one disaster to another disaster. And that is what learning is. I mean, even at an individual level, no matter how much your parents tell you, ki do this, do this, until you, mess up, you don't start doing it. So, same thing applies at a collective level also. I mean, to some extent, we can think about it and sort of, rectify, but I think that's a part of human condition. So,
okay, so something we can work on, I guess. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much for the fascinating session. The takeaways for me were that there is heterogeneity in terms of responses of firms to shocks, disasters of any kind, natural or otherwise. Firms who have better practices do better both in terms of bouncing back and growing beyond where they were before the shock. How they develop those capabilities and routines or practices, we discussed things from philosophical to mundane, from changing values to changing supply chain, diversification of sources and so on. And from community to individuals. It was a fascinating session. I'm sure all of you enjoyed it. Thank you, Anish. Thank you.
Before we conclude a session, as a token of gratitude, we would like to present the memento to Professor Anish Sugathan sir. May I kindly request Dr. Siddharth Singh Bisht, Director LJMBA, to present the memento to Professor Anish Sugadhan, sir. On the behalf of LJ Institute of Management Study, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all those who made today's sessions meaningful and successful. I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir for their constant support. I would like to thank our directors, Dr. Siddharth Singh Bisht, for their constant encouragement, support and help. Professor Rakesh Basant sir for their insights and valuable lessons. I extend my note of appreciation to Professor Anish Sugadhan sir from IIM Ahmedabad for sharing his time, knowledge and valuable insight with us today. Touched upon survival to take away to the next level, it was more philosophical. Journey of Anthropocene and survival and bouncing it back was very meaningful. Other than that, the discussion was all the way more thought-provoking, and it actually help us to understand the things from more practical way. It is mainly impactful in a way because everybody is perceiving the session in their own way, linking it with their personal experiences and how they can bounce back was personal motivation involved with this session. And that's how I can make out that there were so many queries and you handle it so well. Everybody was so inquisitive to listen to you, sir. My sincere thanks to all the organizers, coordinators, faculty members, students and volunteers who dedicated this effort ensure the smooth conduct of session. Finally, I thank all the participants and delegates for their active presence and encouragement. Once again, thank you all for making this session memorable. Thank you so much.
I'll just take 1 minute. Tomorrow, again, we will be starting here as 10 o'clock, right? Registration for tomorrow will start from 8:30 onwards. So you can register yourself and have breakfast, and we'll all gather here by 9:30 so that we can start on time. And then it will be followed by another very interesting panel discussion where Dr. Sunil Parekh sir and our friends from industries will talk about ESG framework. And then it will be followed by some remaining tracks where participants will present their papers, and then there will be a valedictory session, right? So tomorrow we'll again meet in the morning. Have a good night, and I hope you all have enjoyed. Thank you all.